When the sealed star fell before, Black T didn't participate, but this didn't affect his reputation in any way. The four camps in the outer region wars all had terrifying beings, like life. Fall, Da Long, Nanjing, Seven Blade, and so on, they were all renowned. Figures Black T was one that could match them as well, even though he was from the human camp. He was from a distant universe region, and not from the Hong Alliance. He had a true treasure hammer named Black T, hence his name. It's Black T. He is actually here, and he is so fast. Blade River is in trouble, but Black T's terrifying strength, back then when he had fought with De Long for quite a while, both of them decided that it was best to call a truce finally. Within the entire 7th battlefield, Black T is definitely one of the pinnacle beings. Blade River is disadvantaged. If Black T is here, Blade River's treasure isn't for us to take. Do you think you could ever get Blade River's treasure with a flap of his wings? He'll easily leave you far behind. The distant other race warriors had all given up. They were clear that this level of being, even with 7 Emperor limits combining forces, they would all be easily knocked back by him. Hence, the other warriors simply stayed back and watched the two battle. Two silhouettes were floating in space with a distance between them. One was huge, while the other was tiny. However, both energies made the others around them tremble. He seems quite strong. The tall and demonic Black T's voice boomed. To be able to receive my hammer, he must be quite strong. Since I entered the outer region wars, this is the first time I'm actually dealing with a level of warrior like that. It really makes my blood boil. Come on, let me see if your reputation is well-deserved. Luo Feng stared intensely from the other end and said, both sides filled with fighting spirit. Both of them were strong, battling with other strong warriors and pursuing the limits of the universe. This was Luo Feng's ambition. Good, I'll let you see if my name is real. Black T's voice boomed as he rushed forward instantly. Xiao. He became a lightning bolt, and his speed was terrifying. If he had tossed out his hammer, that hammer had a speed so fast that it even shocked Luo Feng initially. However, his own speed wasn't something Luo Feng actually bothered with the Sha Wu wings. His own instantaneous speed far exceeded Black T's. Xiao Luo Feng flapped his wings and easily flew far away amidst the broken space fragments. His speed was demonic, easily dodging and changing directions. Go. 8 black balls floated in his left palm. The 8 black balls immediately revolved in space, and the law engravings on them glowed with gold light. Luo Feng's terrifying willpower that exceeded even that of knights triggered the laws, and instantly a few 100-meter long beast god formed. How the beast god held it was actually a spirit weapon taking on this form, and its speed was absurd. Shua. It appeared before Black T and instantly whipped its tail at him. Humph! Black T wielded his hammer and stepped forward, causing the large amount of space fragments to instantly become stream particles. He swung his hammer heavily. He had casually thrown it earlier, but this time he swung it with his full might. Wang. The beast god's tail actually recoiled and evaded the head-on clash with the hammer, whipping it back at Black T. So fast, Black T was shocked. He had used his full force to swing the hammer, hence, he was unable to bring it back on time to defend with a howl. He used his left hand to punch a dark red metal, covered his hand. It seemed like a special punch, as it triggered the laws, causing the space about to completely crumble into fragments. Rumble. The punch clashed with the tail whip. Black T's punch could easily smash through a star. However, he felt intense pain from this clash. Good, he actually howled malevolently, getting even crazier. Ha ha ha, Black T, your hammer's speed seems slower than before. The distant Luo Feng controlled the beast god to once again attack. In mid-air, the beast god flashed time and again. As it flashed, its tail grew even more demonic, occasionally whipping, and at other times recoiling. It was extremely fast, and it made the enemy unable to trace it. After all, even for normal animals, their tail whip movement was extremely fast. The beast god was the same. Rumble, 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 rumble. Black T unleashed his strength. He swung his hammer against the beast god's tail over and over. Every time it hit, it knocked the 8 black balls far away. The only thing was that since Luo Feng was a spirit reader, even if the 8 sealed stars were knocked away, they could immediately gather and reform the beast god image, attacking once again. This was the difference between a spirit reader and fighter. The fighter couldn't back down. Once his weapons were knocked away, his body would take the blow. A spirit reader, however, even if his weapons were knocked away, as he would usually attack from afar, he could still reform his weapons and attack immediately. He actually blocked it over and over. Luo Feng was shocked as he controlled the 8 sealed stars. His usage of the hammer has changed too. Every attack has a revolving force, and with each attack, the force grows. Even if I make the tail dodge the attack, he would still be able to defend. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The demonic Black T howled as he rushed at Luo Feng with his hammer. Every step was as fast as lightning, even with the beast god's tail whipping at him. He easily knocked it away with a swing. It was almost like a huge car rushing forward, easily knocking away a bicycle. However, this bicycle simply reformed over and over and attacked again. What power! Luo Feng's expression changed, feeling the difference between himself and Black T. The rest of them who were watching this battle felt the same way. That toss earlier, I could still withstand it, probably because he didn't use too much force initially. Now that he is serious, each blow is like a huge mountain crashing down. Even my 8 sealed stars are knocked away easily. Even with the 8 sealed stars, I'm still losing. I can only barely affect his speed. The bicycle may have been knocked away over and over again, however it still managed to slightly affect the car's speed. I'm not his match. If I go all out and let Fu Shui use his ice net on him, there would still be a chance. However, he hasn't even burnt his undying body. It's obvious he doesn't wish to go all out with me. Luo Feng thought, since we've already tested each other's strength, it's time to go. However, before that, his gaze turned to Snowhorn Emperor. He couldn't forget the one that was most passionate about killing him. I'll deal with him first. The surrounding number of warriors kept growing. They all formed their own little teams and floated about, gazing from a distance at the fight. Black T was intrepid and powerful. Even with Blade River's full attacks, he easily knocked them away. However, Blade River remained far away, and Black T had no way to get close. Even if he rushed forward, Blade River could easily get away. Even though Blade River can easily deal with an Emperor limit, he still isn't a match for Black T. Black T's strength is heavenly, even though his strength surpasses Blade River, but his speed cannot even touch him. The warriors around could all see this. Ha ha ha, Black Tea sure is powerful, much respect, but I'll be leaving first. His voice was filled with spirit energy, which resounded throughout the space. Shua. Luo Feng flapped his wings and formed a silver flash. With one flash, he once again reached Snowhorn Emperor. Snowhorn, who was with his teammates, changed his expression. Do you think you can take my treasures? You sure don't know your place. 6. Purple-lit black balls formed a beast god projection and howled as it rushed at Snowhorn. His teammates all actually dodged, having seen his power. None of them dared to offend Blade River. Tear. The right claw tore Snowhorn apart as the 6 balls instantly pierced through, destroying over 30 of his god body. Blade River, I will have my revenge, he howled in anger as he instantly self-destructed. He knew that he wasn't a match for Blade River, but he was still an Emperor limit. It was definite that he would be revived in the future. However, if he was forced into a coma and taken away, then he would have no hope left for revival. Rumble. The force of the shockwave rippled in all directions. An explosion with only 30 of his undying body left was something the Emperor limits could withstand. Against together, only a few pinnacle emperors were heavily injured, but no one fell. Just like that, Snowhorn fell. Xiao. With so many warriors watching him, Blade River left just as he said before. He left. He even killed an Emperor limit, Snowhorn Emperor, and the speed he displayed as he left made all the warriors around shake their heads and sigh. Even Black Tea, only when he tossed his hammer could he catch up to him. But he was clear too that when he tossed his hammer, Luo Feng would immediately use the beast god projection to defend. It wouldn't even affect his fleeing. In an instant, Blade River flew out of the space lockdown area, and with a teleport, he vanished from sight. What power, what speed! Black T's voice boomed. He sighed before he became a beam of light and vanished. The broken space fragments began to recover, and the continent that had been floating within the whirlpools for so long had been completely pierced through, revealing a huge hole with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of km. Hundreds of warriors floated there, still stunned at the scene that just took place. Suddenly, a powerful energy appeared in mid-air. An armored metal person, glowing with black light, appeared, and his formless pressure spread out, causing the hundreds of human warriors to grow silent. It's Life Fall Emperor. It's the automaton Life Fall Emperor. He is from the automaton race. How did he get here so fast? Haven't you heard that he gave out a bounty for Blade River's location there? Were definitely some from the human camp that revealed the location earlier, allowing him to rush over. Almost all of the human warriors were emperors. However, there were many low and high emperors around against the powerful Life Fall. They didn't dare challenge him. Life Fall stood in space, gazing about. He roared, "Where's Blade River?" Life Fall, the warriors of the human camp may not dare challenge him, but that didn't mean they feared him. A warrior the size of a small mountain spoke. Blade River had just battled Black Tea and left right after. Along the way he even killed Snowhorn Emperor. He should have teleported via God country far away by now. He fought Black Tea. Life Fall looked at the warrior. The warrior boomed, "You can see for yourself." Shwa. A light projection appeared in mid-air, producing a 3D image. This was something that Earth had even back in the base era. However, the universe technology was obviously more advanced, as it was 100 simulation of the Battle between Blade River and Black Tea that replayed before them. Life Fall watched on right until the end. Him and Black Tea both belonged to the pinnacle of beings in the outer region. Wars at their level, they could see wonders and little things within the battles. Without a doubt this battle was but a test from both sides unless they truly wanted to go all out. No one would actually burn their undying bodies. Black Tea and Blade River both didn't tea. Black Tea only used his most basic methods, his God Hammer Life Fall. Muttered, he only used one of the 3 techniques in Blade River. I heard he's most proficient in blade work, yet he used a spirit weapon this time. And he has Heavy Arrow as his slave. The report even said that Tian Chen and Ji Hong followed behind him. Tian Chen was saved by him, while Ji Hong is from another camp. For him to be so respectful, he should be his slave too. Just how many slaves does he have? His speed is crazy. His defense was renowned before, and now he even revealed a spirit weapon. Life Fall felt like this Blade River was truly mysterious, with so many trump cards. Just the fact that he didn't even let his slaves attack showed his own confidence. The many human warriors all looked at Life Fall, observing his reactions. When he finished viewing the battle, he was silent for a while before saying, Blade River is worthy of his name, and even if he has true treasures, he deserves them. After which, he teleported away. Life Fall had left, however those words made the hundreds of warriors there shocked. Life Fall has recognized Blade River's strength. He recognizes that Blade River is worthy of his treasures. What a pity, looks like it'll be hard to see the both of them ever clash. Since Life Fall says so, no one will go after Blade River anymore. This fight has let Blade River prove his strength. The many warriors sighed. The circle of warriors was as such that only the strong were worthy of true treasures. The weak would have to be careful not to reveal their treasures. If not, they would be attacked and Life Fall even 7 Blade. Which one of these beings didn't he have many treasures? 7 Blade. His 7 blades alone were true treasures, along with the many others he had. Black Tea and Life Fall were similar. Everyone in the outer region wars knew about their treasures, yet no one ever attacked them for the treasures. This was strength, and this fight with Blade River facing off against Black Tea, that was proof of his strength. It proved that he had that level of strength too. Maybe he was still weaker than Black Tea, but his speed and terrifying defense made him as hard to deal with as the others. This fight thus began to spread the legend of Blade River throughout the outer region wars. Countless warriors began to compare Blade River with Black Tea, Black Tomb, 7 Blade, De Long, etc. In their eyes, he may be slightly weaker than the others, but his speed would leave many in despair. I'd rather meet 7 Blade and Life Fall than meet Blade River. There is still a chance of fleeing against the others, however against Blade River with space lockdown, who can outmatch him in speed? We won't be able to escape. Be careful to not mess with Blade River. Over 6,000 years ago, he could already withstand the blast of the strongest flame god crystal, but, right now, he is even stronger. It's absurd. His defense is strong and his speed is crazy. It's better to avoid him. The legend of Blade River thus spread far and wide amongst the many warriors in the universe, making him a renowned being in the universe. Luo Feng, however, had already left Twin Whirlpools after that fight, teleporting straight to humanity. Virtual Universe Company Base. Luo Feng took on the form of his Sector Lord self, sitting in the virtual Universe Company ship and headed straight to the primal region. Primal Chaos City. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The Emperor Undying in charge of the ship said respectfully. Luo Feng just smiled and nodded as he found a single cabin to rest in. Captain, is there a need to be that courteous with him? He is only a sector. Lord, with your strength as a High Emperor, you can kill him with a wave of your hand. An undying member of the ship said beside him. The other members were all discussing that's right, he just got lucky and became the disciple of the city leader. If not for that, he is only a sector lord. Why bother? This trip was specially organized just for him. If it were normal sector lords, they'd have to wait till the numbers had tallied before we take off. The captain laughed. Even though he is only a sector lord and I can easily kill him, he is still the disciple of the city leader. We can say this secretly, but never ever say it out loud. If he chose to pursue the matter, no one can protect you all. We understand. Relax, Captain, we are not stupid. We are just saying, I just cannot stand his behavior, as if we are supposed to be respectful of him, the undying member said unhappily. The captain shook his head. It was normal to feel unjust as he felt that way too, but he still had to maintain absolute respect if he wanted to climb up the ranks of the virtual universe company. If his strength was insufficient, he couldn't offend anybody, and a being like Luo Feng was one he definitely couldn't offend. The glory of the old days has passed. It's south, been close to 10,000 years after he became the disciple of the city leader, yet I've never heard of him having any achievements. He has probably been forgotten by many, the captain thought. The ship flew to a stop in the air above the city. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. With the captain leading, the members all sent off Luo Feng respectfully. Luo Feng gazed at the primal chaos energy that engulfed the ancient city below. Ever since he became the disciple of the city leader, he had gotten the rights to be a permanent resident here. Actually, even with his level on the Heavenly Bridge alone, he already had that right. Primal Chaos City, True Yan's residence. Luo Feng rushed into the residence, seeing some disciples in name along with other true disciples. Senior Luo Feng. Many disciples within shouted passionately at him. Luo Feng asked them to find out where True Yan's current living quarters was. After a while, he rushed into a yard and stopped suddenly. I've heard you from far away. Why aren't you coming in? True Yan's voice resounded from the yard. Luo Feng smiled and entered the door. True Yan sat there. With a wave, the doors shut. Have you come with nothing to see me? True Yan sat there and looked at Luo Feng, seemingly cold and indifferent. Luo Feng, however, smiled and with a flip of his hand, brandished a red wine bottle. This was about the size of a palm, and was peculiarly shaped, almost like an orangutan shape, with complex engravings carved on its surface, and it glowed with fire law energies. Luo Feng placed this bottle on his teacher's table. According to what you said, I have to bring wine to visit you, Luo Feng said. Seriously, I wonder if this satisfies you. Very satisfied. True Yan stared wide-eyed at this burning wine bottle. After careful observation, he extended his furry hand to touch it, nodding. Indeed, this is it. Damn, only those with huge amounts of wealth in humanity can afford this. And even so, this would take an emperor limit's entire wealth. There's extremely few such wine amongst humanity. I've only tried one glass before. I didn't expect He, True Yen immediately smiled happily. My good disciple, the powerful Blade River Emperor, looks like your rewards from the outer region wars have been huge. Luo Feng smiled. It was huge indeed. The biggest reward of course was still the life or death inheritance from Star Tower, the star map and Pearl Tower. After over 6,000 years of torture, his willpower had evolved greatly, and his beast god presence had reached another level 2. In terms of wealth, during that 1 month of massacre in Star Tower with over 40 battles, everyone got several billions worth of wealth, occasionally more in all. How much was that? Even though while massacring, he would only occasionally activate the virtual universe synchronized broadcast to accumulate contribution points, he didn't declare more than half of them. Even so, the number of points he got was still shocking. The amount of wealth he could exchange from that may not be as much as the massacre, but it was still very high. If the rewards weren't big, I wouldn't have been able to afford this purple flame ape wine. Luo Feng said. After I retired, I discovered there was this one bottle within the army system. I was shocked that they actually had it. I immediately thought of you and bought it without any hesitation. Haha, True Yen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He rubbed the bottle in his hands as he was extremely happy. The purple flame ape wine was something only a special life form of the universe, the purple flame ape, could produce. Even though it had the name ape, in truth the human and ape race had no relation to it. In fact, it was produced by the universe as a ball of purple flames that was somewhat resembled an ape. It was actually a mysterious flame with powerful energies. There were over 10,000 purple flame apes in the universe. However, over the years, their numbers only dropped without ever going up. However, the years also resulted in several super beings, plus with their special living environment, like some terrifying flame regions that even knights didn't dare enter. The knights would instantly be reduced to ashes. Within, however, the flame apes weren't worried about this. They were in fact most renowned for their wine, hence naming it the purple flame ape wine. As for this wine, just its flavor alone made it a top-class wine. Of course there were countless good wines in the universe, just the taste alone wouldn't give it such a high price. The first point of this wine was it was beneficial to the body and soul. Anyone who drank this would feel his or her comprehension of the fire laws grow. Their bodies would be more adept at the fire laws and thus become stronger with it. The second point was that it would definitely get one drunk. Even the strong ones, be it knights or more, as long as they didn't purposely wipe off the alcohol from within after finishing one cup, they would naturally get drunk. Once they awake from it, they would feel all headaches and troubles vanish after. To the strong, they favored this point even more, mainly because it was extremely hard for such beings to even get drunk. It took endless wealth to achieve this effect. Other than these 2 points, there were many other abilities. 1 cup could make a normal person evolve into a universe-level warrior, and drinking more would make him one with an extreme high level of understanding of the fire laws. Of course, no one would waste billions to hundreds of billions just to nurture a universe-level warrior. Even an undying wasn't worth one of this 1 cup. For this wine Luo Feng had spent 80 billion. Your luck was good, True Yen exclaimed. The army system has many treasures within, as they are provided by the countless races, and many of them aren't from the Hung Alliance. Many are from the distant regions of the universe, and The treasures they provide form the true treasure trove of the army there are. Many of other races, hence occasionally there would be special treasures only. Thing is they require contribution points to exchange for even if a powerful warrior discovered this bottle of wine, very few would actually exchange so much contribution points just for it, hence you got it. Right, there was only this one in the trove. Luo Feng smiled. Even I cannot afford to drink too much of this, I'll drink a little at a time. True Yan's eyes gleamed peculiarly. I'll bring some good brothers over and make them drunk. Luo Feng couldn't he help but laugh. What is your plans on this return? True Yan asked. I'm going to attempt the primal sky mountain first, Luo Feng said. After that I'll head out to explore some secret regions. I'll relax, teacher. I'll definitely head to those less dangerous ones, not the renowned and risky ones. I know myself well. That's good. True Yan relaxed. Even so you still have to be careful. The secret regions will occasionally have dangers that exceed your imagination. They are after all special places, their laws don't always follow the rest of the universe. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. I know your strength too, Blade River. True Yan laughed as he said this. The name Blade River had indeed caused quite a storm in the outer region wars. He was extremely renowned now, and even within the emperors of humanity, he was one of the top. Those stronger than Blade River are very few other than True Yan and Heavenly Feather and the other invincible emperors that had lived for trillions of years. Other than that, there were none. In terms of the younger generation, only Seven Blade and Mang Sui Emperor and some others could compare. You have to keep your Blade River identity an absolute secret, True Yan emphasized. I dare to stay this here in Primal Chaos City because I've blocked off all scans here, and this is the territory of the city leader. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Head over to the Primal Sky Mountain. True Yan laughed. It's been a few thousand years. I often hear others discuss about how you haven't done anything. It's made many strong warriors unhappy, standing above others. Without strength, it's natural they are unhappy about it. When you finish the Sky Mountain, come drink with me. True Yan hugged the bottle of purple flame ape wine. Yes, I'll head over now. Luo Feng sat before him and closed his eyes, connecting to the virtual universe. This puncture is straightforward. True Yan blinked. Virtual universe, Sky Mountain. The mountains beside stood taller than the other. When Luo Feng appeared, he flew towards the tallest of the three, the Primal Sky Mountain. As he was a Primal Region member, he naturally could attempt it. At the foot of the majestic mountain, three silhouettes sat cross-legged, playing some unseen game. White Ape, there's someone. Someone is here. Quick, get up. The three silhouettes seemed rusty, as they stood up. The tall and sturdy bull man looked at Luo Feng, laughing immediately. So it's your majesty. Luo Feng. Even though you are the disciple of the city leader, you are overconfident to attempt the Sky Mountain. You are only Sector Lord level. Bullhead, what are you saying? This is His Majesty Luo Feng. What is there he cannot do? The ape man chimed in. Your Majesty, are you going to begin? The snake lady glanced at him, her gaze almost like water. Luo Feng laughed. This feels so familiar. Familiar? The three were stunned. I'm about to begin. Luo Feng smiled and a shield appeared in his hand. It was the beast god armament. Fighting in the virtual universe, his tower pearl, the Shawu wings, the star map, everything was naturally gone, even things that boosted his power like the general armor and general soul were gone. All he had was his normal sector Lord body that was similar to all the sector Lord geniuses, but the only difference was his willpower and consciousness strength. Of course the beast god armament was something he chose, the one he had now. Definitely wasn't as good as the one in reality, but it was enough for a sector lord to use. Come, the bull man waved his huge axe. Let us see your strength. The ape-man's gaze shot out like lightning. Your Majesty Luo Feng, I feel sorry for you, the snake lady's formless soul. Attack had already begun. Hell. A beast god projection appeared in mid-air. A huge beast god held and rushed forward, tearing through the bullman, stomping on the ape-man and whipping its tail at the snake lady. The battle ended instantly. He had passed the foot of the mountain. This part sure was easy. He stepped forward. He had already forgotten that. When he first became sector lord, he couldn't even pass this level. However, over his 7,000 plus years in the outer region wars, he had improved greatly. The mid portion of the mountain was just as easy. At the peak, he had a little trouble, but with his powerful willpower, the moment he got serious, unleashing the strongest tail whip from the beast god allowed him to succeed. Congratulations, Your Majesty Luo Feng, you passed the sector lord primal Sky Mountain. Any human able to pass this is definitely an absolute genius of 10 million eras. Only those able to pass this can be considered the most pinnacle of geniuses in the history of humanity. The three guards revived and were incredibly surprised and respectful towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood at the peak, gazing at the vast land below. He could see the other two shorter mountains as he stood there, thoughts filling his mind. The upper echelon of humanity had already gotten the news of him passing the Sky Mountain. This piece of news was like a tornado, swiftly spreading. Standing at the peak with the winds howling. I'm finally at the peak. Luo Feng gazed down at the vast land below, thinking, the sector lord primal Sky Mountain, this is a benchmark for countless geniuses in human history. Only after conquering it can one stand. Amongst these geniuses I'm currently standing alongside the strongest of geniuses. However, a genius is just a genius, not a true strong warrior yet. One day, I will stand at the peak of the universe. Feeling his fighting spirit rush, he made a vow. Back on Earth when he was still weak, he took on this path, for not only his family, but also for his dream. This warrior's path, he had dreams and feelings for. It was impossible for anyone to take any path without such feelings. Shwa. He vanished from the peak of Sky Mountain. At the heavenly bridge, on the beautiful center island, the watchman Bevan stood there for trillions of years, guarding the front. Shwa. Luo Feng appeared there, causing Bevan to immediately smile. Your Majesty Luo Feng, it's been so long since I last saw you. Haha, it has been long indeed. I missed you, Bevan, hence I came again. Luo Feng joked. Bevan said curiously, you seem very confident. Which level are you aiming for this time? To whichever I can. Hopefully I get to fight the 21st level, Luo Feng said. 21st level? Bevan was stunned. You at least have to pass the 20th level first to do that, don't tell me. Luo Feng smiled. Is there anyone at the 9-universe bridge? No, Bevan said. Very good. Luo Feng smiled. So he flew straight towards the 9-universe heavenly bridge. Bevan watched him go, as he muttered to himself, that's too much confidence. He has only trained for so few years, yet he seems confident he can pass the 20th level. There's a male, and not just one. Bevan opened his mail and got a huge shock. What? He passed the Sector Lord Primal Sky Mountain. Bevan stared wide-eyed. Turning back to face the 9-universe bridge, looks like he'll really get to fight it out with the 21st level Guardian. The upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company were the first to know of such news. Within Primal Chaos City, amidst the Primal Chaos Wastelands, the city leader exclaimed as he sat cross-legged, Luo Feng's improvement speed sure is fast. To be able to pass the Sky Mountain, this was no surprise to him even though Luo Feng had mentioned before that he had the law comprehension to pass the 20th level. But passing the 20th level of the bridge was only one prerequisite to passing the Sky Mountain. It wasn't he assured that he would definitely pass it because during battle, many other factors come into play, such as techniques, amplification, spirit energy, willpower, etc. His success will definitely quell all earlier fights and competitions. They all said that Rong Jun had a limitless future, and that my disciple couldn't compete with him this time. They'll definitely be speechless. The city leader smiled and nodded. Above Blood River Continent, the powerful fortress Tianshi Palace that stood over the continent for countless ages. This silhouette seemed to have countless illusions about. He was one that stood high in the Virtual Universe Company, with countless warriors respecting him. The Tianshi Palace leader, he laughed out loudly, resounding throughout the palace, causing all the sector lords and even undyings on the first and second level to be shocked. They didn't know why he was so happy. Good job. He gazed into the vast space, smiling. The huge Axe Dojo and Universe First Bank punks, they all bet on Rong Jun. Back then I said Luo Feng was the one. Even when he was accepted as the Primal Chaos City leader's disciple, they still didn't admit defeat. They even said that becoming a disciple only changed his status, and it didn't mean he was stronger. Back then, when Luo Feng passed the Domain Lord Sky Mountain, they didn't care, thinking that it didn't mean anything. Now they definitely have to admit their defeat. The Sector Lord Primal Sky Mountain represents the strongest of geniuses. This means that his law comprehension is only one step away from the night level. Even though Rong Jun's improvement is extremely fast, compared to Luo Feng, it's much slower. The leader was incredibly gleeful. Back then, the upper echelon of humanity, be it the Virtual Universe Company, the huge Axe Dojo, the Universe First Bank, all of them were debating about Luo Feng and Rong Jun. How high were their perspectives? Even though Bolan's initial talent far exceeded theirs, his weakness in character made it so that it would be hard for him to reach high, unless he fixed it. Luo Feng and Rong Jun were different, as Luo Feng had his terrifying willpower and mental state. Such a genius, even if he didn't improve fast, he would constantly grow and finally become an absolute warrior. As for Rong Jun, he was even more special. The upper echelon of humanity were all placing bets on these two beings, like the Tianshi Palace leader, or even high universe masters. Their bets would naturally be absurd. When Luo Feng returned from Blood River World back then, the leader couldn't help but give him some pointers as well. While the city leader and the Tianshi Palace leader were celebrating, some others were sighing in despair. We actually lost. Rong Jun cannot compare to this genius. Rong Jun is too much of a disappointment. We can't blame him. Luo Feng's improvement is just too crazy. We all knew that he would have high achievements, but we never expect him to improve This fast in another million years, there's no doubt Rongjun would become an Emperor Pinnacle. He even has a certain possibility of becoming a knight. The beings all sighed. The news of Luo Feng passing the Sky Mountain swiftly spread, shocking countless warriors, and making those that were unhappy before submit. How could they not? He had already conquered the highest benchmark of humanity's geniuses sector. Lord Primal Sky Mountain. Every genius that did so when they became undying would become Emperor Limit, even maybe Invincible Emperor. Their chances of becoming a knight were extremely high as well. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain, within a restaurant. A white-armored Bolin and a tall and sturdy Rongjun walked together into the booth. There was already someone inside Wu Ka. "Haha, you've come. Sit," Wu Ka smiled. The two of them sat down. "You can all leave," Wu Ka ordered the staff. "Yes." The staff left respectfully out the door, leaving only these three behind. "You all know about it." Wu Ka helped to pour the wine. Bolin nodded. "I thought the distance had been shortened. Who d expect it to get even?" Further, Rongjun's voice was heavy. After close to 10,000 years, his energy had grown tremendously, and the overpowering energy emanated from his bones. This energy was one of solitude strength, yet it wasn't detestable. Wu Ka sighed. "Back then, we were the absolute beginning brothers, you, me, and Luo Feng. Luo Feng was the first to enter the primal region, and you too, June. Your improvement speed gets faster and faster. Back then, as a domain lord, primal region member, you were number one. With that you rose to sector lord and became a sector lord primal region member. Bolin and Rongjun were both primal region sector lords. Bolin had changed after his revision. Back then, he began to display his genius ability as a genius of 10,000 eras, improving at an incredible rate. Right now, he was already a sector lord. As for Rongjun, he wasn't too fast initially. However, as they all grew, his speed grew faster and faster. Later on, he was even faster than Bolin, and his speed kept growing. It was so fast it left many stunned. Back then, when Luo Feng had already become the disciple of the primal Chaos City leader, only thing was he hadn't displayed any achievements since then. Some had said that the most exceptional genius of this group should be Rongjun. Even though they were both primal region sector lords, should they have a qualification battle, Bolin would probably be knocked out into the absolute beginning region. Rongjun, however, would still be able to stay within the primal region. Too fast, his improvement speed is too fast. Rongjun shook his head and sighed. Over these 8,000 years, I thought the law comprehension would get harder towards the end, and that Luo Feng's speed would definitely slow down. However, to surpass him, there's only one way, Bolin said coldly. Wu Ka and Rongjun looked at him immediately. Bolin said coldly, "Become a knight, otherwise, we'll always be below him. Unless we become a knight, we will never surpass him." Rongjun nodded. "We'll work hard together." Wu Ka lifted the wine glasses. "My aim is to become an emperor. You two will become knights. We'll do it. Work hard. Work hard." Rongjun and Bolin lifted their glasses. The three of them toasted. As they discussed, another piece of news came over. The three of them read their mails. He has passed the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge. The three exchanged glances before sighing. It was true that Luo Feng passing the Sky Mountain meant that he had the ability to pass the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge. However, to truly get the news, it still made them sigh. because from the 20th level to the 21st, there was just one step left. Finishing this step meant he could become a knight. Standing at the bridge amidst the darkness, there was only one winding bridge that extended far into the void. Luo Feng continued to fly along this void. He had just passed the 20th level and was heading to the 21st. The guardian of the 21st, he has the comprehension of a knight. I want to see if a Sector Lord's world energy will be able to fight against a knight's law comprehension. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Within the vast darkness, there was silence. The bridge extended deep into the darkness. Luo Feng's heart was cool and yet was burning with fighting spirit. The 21st Guardian, complete space laws. Luo Feng thought. Even an emperor pinnacle or limit or an invincible emperor, they were mostly stuck at the 20th level, while their talent and comprehension may not be that different, and they may have even more resources and treasures. However, they were still all stuck at this point. Why? Because this last step was simply too hard. True Yan, with his many techniques and resources, could match even a knight. Yet even he still couldn't finish this step. This one step meant a step to heaven. No matter how powerful an emperor is, he is but a strong warrior in the universe, as the knights were the true absolute beings, and the Tianshi palace leader and Shi Luo duo were absolute beings of the universe. As for the primal chaos city leader and other such beings of that level, etc., those were already pinnacle beings of the universe. The 20th to the 21st level may seem like just one step. However, the difficulty of this one step was not lower than the first 20 levels combined. Luo Feng slowed down. The end of the bridge was right before him located. There was a 2 m diameter ball that had caused the space around to tear. Large amounts of space fragments surrounded it. Every 3 levels of the heavenly bridge is a new environment. The 19th to the 21st was a black hole environment, and flying outside earlier allowed me to see the black hole. Luo Feng looked at this ball. Since it was but a background image, he couldn't feel any effects of the black hole gravity at all, and no light was being sucked in. A true black hole was something that couldn't be seen with the eyes. In the Earth era, there were even debates about its existence. However, the universe had long made it clear. It was a heavenly body that had been compressed to an ultra degree. This was much higher than a star or planet. It was a super evolution of a star in the universe, and it would swallow everything, including ships, stars, asteroids, and so on, strengthening itself constantly. Black holes could be separated into weak and strong ones. The stronger ones had a greater area. Even a weaker black hole would require at least a night to actually enter its core. The stronger ones were avoided even by knights. Pick your opponent: fighter, controller, illusionist. Pick one, and if you defeat him, you will pass the 21st level and become a knight. A voice resounded from within the black hole. Controller Luo Feng wielded the beast god armament, saying directly, "Who?" A large black dot suddenly floated above, forming a human silhouette. He was covered in black armor and had a mask on. He carried a huge blade on his back. This huge blade was actually formed from a blur of fragments. It was some special spirit weapon. "Your Majesty Luo Feng, to meet a Sector Lord challenger is my honor." The Guardian stood above the black hole and floated. "To battle against the 21st Guardian is my honor too." Luo Feng smiled too. "I have to say, without completely comprehending the space laws, you will not pass my level." The Guardian was very graceful. "However, I will let you feel the strength of the complete space laws after passing the previous levels. You should already know that I'm unable to use the Beast God armament. I know, Luo Feng nodded. Theoretically, choosing controller should result in the Guardian using the same spirit weapon as himself back then when he used the Nanshan armament. It was a space-type spirit weapon, mixed with gold laws. This was a mix of the laws, but not a fusion. The Beast God armament, however, was a fusion law weapon. This fusion made it so that it was no longer just a space or gold law weapon, but it was of a higher level, a fusion of the two laws. Your Majesty, please make your move. Once I attack, you 1T have a chance. The Guardian laughed and seemed respectful. Then take my attack. Luo Feng wasn't arrogant at all. Rumble. The Beast God armament immediately shot out fragments that were imbued with law engravings within, forming tens of thousands of threads that swiftly interweaved. Luo Feng stared at his opponent, his powerful willpower and world energy triggering the many fragments, after which a 100-meter-long Beast God appeared. Hell. The Beast God became a beam of light and rushed at the Guardian, as the surrounding space was torn apart. Seal. The Guardian pointed at the howling Beast God. A powerful formless binding instantly descended. The Beast God that was rushing forward suddenly stopped, and Luo Feng floating, who was in the distance, was stuck too. The sealing power was strong, as even the Beast God was held back. Luo Feng was shocked in disbelief. The complete space law's power exceeds your imagination. The Guardian was very graceful. You should feel proud that you managed to get to this level. However, the complete space laws isn't something you can what? He looked shocked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's gaze was filled with madness. The veins on his face were twitching, almost like when he reached the limit of the life or death inheritance back. Then back when he attempted the primal sky mountain, he had only unleashed his spirit energy amplification, and he didn't even push his willpower to its limit. But this time, he unleashed it, pushing his willpower and consciousness to their limit, the form he took when he was at his limit at the inheritance before. Tail whip break. He held with his willpower as the commander and consciousness as the general. He controlled his world energy and poured his Beast God presence that had been trained over countless years into the Beast God. At this point, the Beast God projection seemed almost lifelike. It didn't even howl, simply whipping its tail strongly. Good GG. The space about trembled. The Beast God's tail seemed slow, but it moved steadily, with rumbling all around. The sealed space was completely broken apart. Kill. The graceful Guardian before starred with ferocity. He was no longer graceful, as the huge blade on his back became countless gold lights and flew into the air, forming a huge arc blade. This arc blade slashed at Luo Feng, creating a huge tear in the space around it. Luo Feng controlled the Beast God to defend. Chi. Even though the speed was slow, the blade slashed past the entire Beast God, causing it to crumble, after which its speed soared again. Luo Feng was unable to escape this slash, as it destroyed Luo Feng's life core. Luo Feng fell. Failure. Watching him vanish, the Guardian's eyes once again regained its calm from before. He said softly, "What terrifying willpower, to actually force me to use my kill technique." Even the knights that have passed the 21st level, when they were knights, very few had willpower like that, and he's only a sector lord. In the center region of the Heavenly Bridge, Watchman Bevan watched Luo Feng's battle on a screen that floated before him. He had originally wanted to smile and joke about with Luo Feng, as this was something he found interesting. However, his expression changed very quickly. Seal, he actually broke through the seal. He forced the Guardian to use his kill technique. Watchman Bevan was stunned, and his mouth opened wide. All the Space Guardians, even though they may use different weapons, they all still had 3 moves: seal, kill, and teleport. These were the evolution of the normal moves of the space laws, and they were very powerful amongst which, kill was the one with the highest offensive ability, and seal was normally used on weaker opponents only when they met opponents that were hard to deal with. Would they be forced to use kill meeting an opponent of the same level, they would be forced to use all 3 moves together. Primal Chaos City, Tru Yan's quarters. Tru Yan sat silently in his yard, facing Luo Feng, who finally opened his eyes. Haha, Luo Feng, congratulations on passing the Primal Sky Mountain and the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Tru Yan hugged the bottle of purple flame. Ape wine, I still thought you'd stop right after the Sky Mountain. I didn't expect you to go attempt the Heavenly Bridge. The 21st Guardian is very powerful, eh? He is very strong indeed. Seal alone was absurd. Luo Feng nodded. With just seal alone, if his willpower was any weaker, or he didn't have the 32 times spirit energy amplification, he wouldn't even have been able to break through. It was obvious that the 21st level was hundreds to thousands of times harder than the 20th level. Of course it's strong. Tru Yan laughed. Our space law techniques can be split into teleport, kill, and bind. These are the 3 distinctions, and as we have to train them individually, it takes an extremely long time, and the 3 combined form the complete space laws only when they are fully combined. Will they be complete? The difference in power is huge. A complete space law seal that's the true seal. The Knights can easily use it on the normal Undyings. In all, simply comprehending one side of it compared to the entire complete thing has a difference of thousands of times. Just like the God body. Our human emperors, along with their comprehension of the laws, the amount of stable God energy we can condense is only 100,000 times that of Sector Lord energy. However, the moment we become a knight, using the complete space laws, the God body, condensed from that, far exceeds ours. Just that difference, with the difference in law comprehension, soul amplification, genetic evolution, and God body amplification, treasures, techniques will naturally be much stronger than us emperors, creating a huge difference in levels altogether. Of course, some special beings like Seven Blade, and me, with true treasures, we can exceed normal knights with our created techniques and special encounters. Only because of these, I have the right to be considered an invincible emperor, who was able to flee from knights. However, that's only for surviving. Luo Feng nodded. Comprehension at the 20th level was still fragmented, but the complete space laws were much more powerful. Don't worry about these. In just a short 10,000 years, you've already created a name comparable to Seven Blade, and are very close to me. You are impressive enough. If you go out and listen, you will realize that right now everyone in Primal Chaos City should all be discussing you. Tru Yan laughed. Who cares what goes on outside? Your job now is to drink with me and celebrate. No one can drag me away. I'll drink with you. Give me more, Luo Feng said. Tru Yan stared and hugged the wine. 1 cup is enough to get drunk, yet you want to drink more. Let us slowly savor it. I understand. Luo Feng smiled. At this time, ambition, law comprehension, techniques, and everything else was tossed aside. All he wanted to do was to relax and drink until he was drunk. Luo Feng lay in his bed and opened his eyes, after which he sat up shaking his head. He laughed. The feeling of getting drunk sure is wonderful, it's a rare thing to enjoy. He pushed open the door and walked out. This was a yard within Tru Yan's residence. He had drunk with his teacher before and got drunk from just one cup. His fighting spirit soared. The winds blew as he looked up at the visible laws that revolved in the skies. I feel clarity like never before, and all my troubles gone, even though frequently getting drunk would make one troubled and eat away at one's willpower. To the strong, occasionally enjoying it once in a while is a form of release. Luo Feng walked out of the yard and walked about Tru Yan's residence, meeting the many disciples in name and true disciples, chatting with them for a while. He simultaneously sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe to begin his business. Yuxiang Mountain, Luo Feng's villa. Before I head to Ice Hell Star, I better prepare well. Luo Feng sat at his desk and pondered. There were a total of 5 books to the 9-volume manual, and he had already acquired 2 of them. The other 3 were in 3 separate secret regions. According to the guidance he got, at Sector Lord level, he could go get the first one, and the first one was in a distant secret region, within Ice Hell Star. From the information his teacher had given him, he knew just how dangerous this place was. It was a given. This was a test the sitting mountain guest gave to his disciples. As he was clear on all his trump cards, the test given would naturally push him to his limits. Without ample preparation, how could he recklessly enter the area? The entire outer region war's trip. The Hunt and Star Tower had 46 battles. I got a total of 286 trillion. Mixed elements worth of treasures. I also got the Separation Tower, IceNet, and Ancient Clock. True treasures, he thought. Among these 3 treasures, the Separation Tower was worth the least. The other 2 both exceeded at least his 286 trillion. Cash was important to emperors. However, to the knights, they mostly bartered with treasures. There were few treasures that could be purchased with cash that were actually useful to them. They required extremely rare items. I cannot sell the 3 treasures, since it would be hard to buy them back. The others are worth 286 trillion along with the over 300 billion contribution points, and the 100 billion points from the Primal Sky Mountain. How should I use it? Luo Feng pondered. Without a doubt, he had to increase his own strength. Next, he had to leave some trump cards for his family, and lastly, he had to strengthen his little team of warriors. He had a total of 13 warriors under him now. If they weren't Emperor limits, they were Emperor Pinnacle Soul Masters, and every one of them needed strengthening. For example, giving all the Pinnacle Emperors a plant life form. However, Luo Feng couldn't afford something like this. The number may seem like a lot, but the true treasures were much more expensive than this. As he pondered, Babata shouted on his shoulder, "Luo Feng, there's a mail. It's from the Primal Chaos City Leader." The city leader. Luo Feng was shocked. Immediately tapping the air, a screen appeared and the mail showed before him. Luo Feng tapped one more time and read the mail. The details were quite long. The gist of it was, you cannot reveal the secret of Blade River Emperor back then. The 108 managers of the Hong Alliance may have formally invited you into the alliance, but none of them had the rights to view your footage. Hence, no One knew that you were Blade River even though you could enter the alliance as Blade River later on. This didn't prove that you were Blade River. Because the alliance has a practice. Any emperor can be invited straight into the alliance without the managers having a discussion. Only certain special editions require that. Even the 108 managers, they probably all thought Blade River was another emperor being invited in. The member identities of the alliance were all kept secret, as the 108 managers couldn't get detailed information, especially the strong human warriors. The shrine leaders of the other races will never be able to get the secret information of humanity. Only the human shrine leaders can see them. Hence, since you passed the Sector Lord Primal Sky Mountain, you can enter the alliance immediately. I will arrange a special location for you within. Every time you enter the alliance, you can pick whether you will enter as Blade River into your little district or as Luo Feng in the new place. As for the Luo Feng identity, you have extremely high status and privileges. As long as you don't make a mistake, the Hong Alliance will never reveal your identity. You have to remember, you cannot reveal your identity as Blade River for now. The details of the mail were pretty long, of which the warning was severe. It was clear that Blade River's accomplishments had indeed shocked the city leader. For a sector lord to do so much, if the other races knew about it, they definitely wouldn't believe that he had no special encounters. Even the city leader wouldn't believe him. He was set to become one of the greatest warriors. The other races would definitely be willing to pay a huge price to kill him. That would be troublesome. I'll have two identities from now on, Blade River and Luo Feng. He laughed at the mail. You should be proud. The city leader personally arranged for you to have two identities in the Hong Alliance. The fist-sized Babata on his shoulder shouted loudly, your Blade River identity is after all shocking, as you true strength far exceeds many emperor limits itself, even close to 7 blade and life fall. Back then when I followed your teacher around the universe, we respected such warriors as you, and we didn't dare offend such warriors. Luo Feng was stunned. Hu Yanbo, he couldn't help recall, Hu Yanbo was killed back then by an undying that was barely an emperor. He had remembered that he had to help him take revenge, to repay him for the inheritance Hu Yanbo had after all given him huge help initially. Without it, he may have still had the chance to become an absolute warrior, but the path would have been completely different. Babata, back then, who killed the master of the Yun Mo planet Luo Feng, asked, you didn't want to say back then, now I'm sure you can tell me. Luo Feng, are you going to take revenge for the master? Babata was very excited. Luo Feng nodded. After I've made preparations with the treasures in Primal Chaos City, I will visit my home. Once that's done, I'll head to Ice Hell Star. Along the way, I'll go take revenge for the old master. Haha, if you go now, it'll be extremely easy, Babata said. Back then the murderer was a low emperor soul master. He's called Suo Luo Pu, or Devil Hand Emperor. As for his strength now, I'm not too sure. Only a few tens of thousands of years have passed. He shouldn't have grown too much. Devil Hand, Suo Luo Pu. Luo Feng muttered. He had never heard of this name before. One thing at a time. I'll first head to Hong Alliance City and sell and buy items. After that, I'll research about him. Even though he couldn't care less about a low emperor, he still had to study his enemy well enough to prevent allowing him to escape later on. Virtual Universe, Hong Alliance City. There were many small districts within the city, and every one with at most 10,000 residents, even though the spaces were separated fairly. As long as one had power, there would never be absolute fairness. Some small districts had true yen, heavenly feather, seven blade, such beings, the price and value of these districts would soar. After all, to be able to get close to such beings allowed people to become friends with them easier. This is my new district. Luo Feng walked out from the stairs and looked outside. Luo Feng. How do you do, Your Majesty? Luo Feng. Two calls resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. One human and another race warrior walked side by side. The human had short blue hair, and his eyes were blue too. He was dressed in a simple armor, and his face had unsteady blue engravings. His smile was friendly. You are Dreamfire Emperor. Luo Feng was stunned. He had checked up on some absolute beings of humanity, even though there was only a small amount of information online. It all came with pictures and footage. Your teacher True Yen was in this district back then too. Now he's in the inner city. He smiled. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, this is one of the top 3 districts of the Hong Alliance City. The strongest emperors are all here. The other race warrior who was beside him spoke. Dreamfire introduced. This is Nanshur, Emperor of the Tuoma race. He is the most exceptional emperor of the younger generation in his race. Nanshur Emperor said, that's too much to compliment me before His Majesty. I'm ashamed. Luo Feng looked carefully at Nanshur, as he had definitely heard of him before. The two may not be the same race, but they were on good terms and were life or death brothers. They often explored together. Dreamfire was simple and honest and hardly used power to pressure others, and it wasn't easy to enrage him. But Nanshur was the opposite. He may seem simple too. In truth, he was ferocious, at least hundreds of times stronger than Life Fall or Black Tomb. His reputation was built from massacre. Such a bloodthirsty fellow actually looks that simple. Luo Feng thought. You really cannot judge a book by its cover. One is so friendly while the other is ferocious, yet they are life or death partners. How interesting. This little district looks like there are truly many powerful warriors. Luo Feng thought. He walked about the district. The number of absolute beings far exceeded that of Blade River's district. It had a total of over 8,000 warriors, with close to 1,000 emperor limits, and there were quite a few other terrifying beings, like Dreamfire and Nanshur and so on. Luo Feng's name was huge now. Anyone able to pass the primal sky mountain was said to become a terrifying being. Even Dreamfire and Nanshur were that courteous to him, much less the other emperors. Luo Feng browsed the entire street and got familiar with it once others had known that Luo Feng was in this district. He returned to his own villa on Yu Xiang Mountain, beginning to plan what to do with the spoils of his battles. After staying in Primal Chaos City for over a month, he kept only a few of the treasures from the battles, like some items that were good for recovery of the undying bodies, etc. Many of the warriors he killed had such items. He naturally kept them, along with 3 top-class ships. He sold everything else and begun his huge spending spree to buy for his team, his family, himself, until there was only about 100 billion left only. Then did he leave Primal Chaos City happily. Solar system, a majestic palace was floating in space protecting Earth. This palace far exceeded the size of Earth. Within its first level, there was a fixed pathway that connected the virtual universe company camp Along with the huge Axe Camp, the Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank and the Universe Mercenary Alliance. While one of the pathways lit up with light. Someone's coming. Someone from the Virtual Universe Company is coming, the guard team of 10. Sector Lord were all respectful. Anyone able to take this pathway would either have to be extremely strong or had high status. They all looked on curiously at a black-armored youth that walked out alone. It's His Majesty Luo Feng. The Sector Lords immediately recognized him. Half of the rights of Earth belonged to him. How could they not recognize him? Your Majesty. They all bowed respectfully. Luo Feng nodded and glanced at them. You've stood guard over the solar system for 10,000 years. Has there been anything special? Nothing, everything is normal, the leading Sector Lord replied respectfully. Luo Feng nodded and teleported, vanishing from sight. Teleportation. Wah, only Sector Lord, and yet he can teleport. He is truly too impressive. Don't you know, he just passed the Sector Lord Primal Sky Mountain. I heard that anyone who passes that would have 100 billion points in reward. 100 billion. I haven't even got 100 mixed elements yet. The group was all stunned. Even though these Sector Lords that were within the 5 Leviathans were much better off than the lone wolves, their wealth was still pitiful compared to an absolute warrior like Luo Feng, easily spending over 2 trillion mixed elements. Before, normal Sector Lords were nothing but ants to him. He could easily kill them. In the space above Earth, Luo Feng appeared, turning to look at the majestic palace in the solar system. He sighed, after which he rushed into the atmosphere. This is Earth, invader, please identify yourself a little. Ship suddenly appeared within the atmosphere. He sent out sharp ripples that pierced through his Earths, using universe language. What's going on? Luo Feng frowned, after which he used world energy to swiftly check, covering the entire Earth. There were many little such ships hidden throughout the entire Earth, also, above the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific, etc. Many luxurious floating palaces stood there, in them all sorts of races. Winged humans, ape man, etc. all lived. It's changed. Luo Feng was stunned. When I become a true power, I will definitely take the Earth back. Luo Feng thought, even if I have to pay a huge price, it'd be worth it. Please identify yourself, the little ship continued. Luo Feng frowned and glanced at it, roaring, "Get lost!" His voice shot out like a shockwave, instantly destroying the ship and leaving it in fragments. I know you can see me. Luo Feng stood there and said coldly, but remember, this is Earth and we own half of it. Luo Feng, coming to Earth is not for you to supervise. This will never happen again. So he rushed down. Earth, within a huge floating city, lived hundreds of millions of residents. Within a particular skyscraper, this was the headquarters of the immigrants. Within a control room stood 2 middle-aged men and a lady. They all watched the screen. On it displayed Luo Feng speaking in mid-air. That Luo Feng sure is arrogant, the green-armored winged man said coldly. What's his deal? He is only a disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. Doesn't he know that those that have moved here are under the huge Axe Dojo and Virtual Universe Company's people too, and many have universe masters behind them. Earth was a special nurturing basket. Each slot to move here was extremely expensive. Many universe masters had paid the price to let their elites come here, and the status required to get here was extremely high. Control yourself, another 4-armed middle-aged man said. Luo Feng is the Disciple of the city leader, he's not someone you can mess with, and he just passed the primal sky mountain. He may become a knight eventually, even though those that come here have huge backgrounds. Backgrounds are after all just that. It doesn't represent their own strength when Luo Feng becomes a knight. Do you think you can even withstand his blows? I'm after all still an emperor, at least right now. I can still deal with him, the green-armored man said coldly. Shut up, the lady ordered. There are strict orders that forbid challenging Luo Feng. Humph. The green-armored man looked through the glass at the ocean below. Such a beautiful planet, yet it's owned by rubbish. Our huge axe dojo hasn't been firm enough. We should have assassinated that Luo Feng back then the earth would be ours. Shut up, the lady ordered. If you wish to die, don't drag me along. The other four-armed man turned and left. Asian, Yangzhou City, Luo Feng's residence. This residence had a history of over 10,000 years. It was steep in meaning and culture ever since it received news of Luo Feng returning. The upper echelon and elites all rushed back, all wanting to see the family leader, Luo Feng. I didn't expect that the house I lived in back then is still doing well. Look, this was the layout back then. Even now, it's still the same. Luo Feng walked with his wife and 2 sons along. We kept it this way over the 10,000 years. Of course it's still like that. Su Xian joked. Luo Ping laughed along too, only Luo Hai's expression wasn't too happy. Luo Feng looked at his son. Dad, he replied. What's the matter? Luo Feng asked. No, it's just the return to Earth that pissed me off, Luo Hai said. Unhappily beside him, Su Xian frowned at him, silencing him. Speak, Luo Feng said directly. He had somewhat guessed. It's those immigrants, he raged. When I returned, I took my ship directly into Earth from space. They actually stopped me. I still went along with them. Initially, who'd expect them to take me to their floating city and lock me in there for half a day? Only later on did someone come tell me, saying it was a mistake. This was obviously all part of their plan. That is considered okay, Luo Ping sighed. Brother, you've been staying here all this while. You know little about the family matters. During the later parts of when Dad vanished for over 6,000 years, this wasn't our Earth at all. It was purely the territory of the immigrants. They all came over to our land like we were some goods, all acting arrogant, not showing us any respect. Which one of us would dare mess with them? No one. We could only swallow our pride. However, despite all this, they still haven't dared to chase us away. Luo Ping sighed. Chase you all away? Luo Feng's expression changed. Back then, he had signed a deal with the Virtual Universe Company. It stated clearly that the floating immigrants couldn't disrupt the lives of the humans of Earth. Now it was extensive bullying. Dad, the deal you signed before told us that too. Luo Ping shook his head. But it's useless. Despite all that, they are still arrogant and brash, bullying us Earthlings, but they all say they are only making friends with us, not disrupting our lives. What can we do? It's hard to clarify such matters. Luo Feng's expression was ugly. He was indeed offended. When he returned this time, it was obvious that the group of immigrants were incredibly arrogant to act like that towards him, much less the others. Luo Feng, Su Xian said softly, these immigrants all have huge backgrounds. They are involved with the super families of the universe. I heard that many are straight from the upper echelon of the huge Axe Dojo and Virtual Universe Company. Humph. Luo Feng raged back. Then the huge axe founder had found the special qualities of Earth, the pinnacle beings, and the superfamilies sending their elites was totally understandable. These elites were naturally proud with such huge backgrounds. They obviously believed, would one Luo Feng dare offend so many of us? Luo Feng, calm down, Su Xian said. Relax, I won't go crazy. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Dad, since you passed the primal sky mountain, they've actually controlled themselves a little. It's not too overboard, Luo Ping said. What do you mean, not too overboard? They have no right to bully us. Luo Feng frowned. Even though he was incredibly enraged within, at this time he hadn't found the right solution to deal with the problem. Go back and rest, let me think, Luo Feng said. Luo Ping and Luo Hai exchanged glances and left, leaving Su Xian with Luo Feng. As they walked away, Luo Ping couldn't help but say, Brother, why do you tell Dad about this? He just passed his life or death inheritance and got back safely, yet you spoke of such matters, wouldn't that completely endanger him? Don't you know how terrifying the backgrounds of these immigrants are? I just couldn't take it anymore, Luo Hai said weakly. Can't take it? How many times have you returned over the years? You've been exploring the universe for so long, and you are now a sector lord with the many treasures and techniques Dad prepared for you. You yourself are powerful. Also, for your safety, Mum even prepared an undying plant life form for you. Not mentioning your strength, with just your statues, which warrior would dare mess with you? You've gotten so used to having it your way, you haven't suffered before. But Dad is different from you. He is the pillar of our Luo family, he is the pillar of Earth. The stronger he grows, the more jealousy will occur. He has been eyed by the many other races of the universe, and all of them want to kill him. His exploring of the universe is constantly met with life or death situations. Can't you let him relax? When he returns, it's just some bullying. Those of us here being bullied have just endured it. As long as Dad keeps getting stronger, they would naturally lose their guts. When he passed the primal sky mountain, they've already controlled themselves quite a bit. Just bear with it, until Dad becomes an absolute being of the universe, then all these will vanish. Luo Ping looked at his younger brother as his family members. We shouldn't trouble him, Dad is tired enough. Luo Hai was regretful. I just couldn't stand it. Who can? Luo Ping shook his head. The world runs this way, whoever's fist is bigger is stronger. Those immigrants, many have terrifying backgrounds. I heard that they are linked straight to the upper echelons of the virtual universe company, and the huge axe dojo, the upper echelon. Which one of those princes would even consider us? They are only wary of Dad. Luo Hai nodded. Just wait until Dad becomes an absolute being, then they will all obediently follow. Luo Ping sighed. He didn't wish for their father to do something now. The saying went as such, the king of hell was easier to deal with than an imp. The powerful great beings have lived for eternity, their families stretching over millions of eras. As for their later generations, how many of them have personally seen the founders of their family, the universe masters? Even though they haven't seen them, the pride in their bones was ingrained, just like how the Luo family had Luo Feng. They all exuded pride and were proud of him. And the founders of these families were all universe masters. It was easy to imagine their pride. And on Earth, these princes formed a huge group. Pacific Ocean, within the huge floating city. What is that Luo Feng's deal? The winged green man sat on his throne, rubbing The seat rested as his eyes gleamed fiercely. Master, don't be angry. A simple robed lady with purple hair smiled and walked over. He is the disciple of the primal chaos city leader. It's natural that he is proud. However, no matter how proud he is, he cannot do a thing against us. The immigrants of the floating city here come from the 5 Leviathans, with many the disciples of Universe Masters' families, even though they are, but the later generations, they still aren't people Luo Feng can deal with. Only then did the man reveal a smile. With a wave, the purple-haired lady flew over and landed in his lap. They were about to engage in intimacy right there. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "Jieli Emperor." The green-armored man frowned and looked outside, hugging the lady. He was dissatisfied. "Fengchen Emperor, what's the matter?" A 4-armed man walked into the hall, his voice booming. "Jieli, no matter what, Luo Feng is still part of our virtual universe company, and he is the disciple of the primal chaos city leader. Don't go overboard. If things get messy, will you be able to deal with it?" "I don't believe he dares mess with me." Jieli stood up fiercely. Fengchen looked coldly at him. "Jieli, be clear on this. Even though you are the later generation of a universe master, your family has been around for trillions of years. The members have reached countless numbers. Even though we are emperors, and we are the elites of the family, however the true elites Wu Ti have been arranged to Earth to protect a group of infants." Jieli was about to interrupt. "Let me ask you, have you seen the founder Void Gold Master before?" Fengchen asked. Jieli's expression was ugly. "Even I haven't seen him before." Fengchen sighed. "To the Universe Masters, the ZC family has countless people within. What are we? It's better to stay low profile. However, you have to see whose dog you are beating. The immigrants here are all considered elites. From the many universe masters, nobody would dare mess with us," Fengchen said. "But you shouldn't get too arrogant. Treating the Earth humans one way is okay, but to Luo Feng, you'd still have to show him some respect. That challenge earlier wasn't worth it at all. Who doesn't know his appearance? Yet you still purposely made him identify himself. He would easily see through this." "Enough." Jieli's expression was ugly. "It's just one Luo Feng. He is only a sector lord now. I don't believe he'd get much stronger anyway. Do you think becoming strong is that easy? Every step is filled with danger. The better he performs, the more the other races would want to kill him. Not just the dangers, just the law comprehension required to become a knight is incredibly tough. Even the group of disciples under the primal chaos city leader, even a bunch of them haven't become knights." "Don't bug me. It's only because that Luo Feng is part of the virtual universe company just like you. That's why you are helping him by speaking for him." Fengchen's expression changed and he left immediately. Jieli watched the scene and snorted coldly. "Proud earthling." Jieli looked out at the vast space, gazing at the earthlings below. "Even if you have Luo Feng behind you, that cannot change your low bloodline. When he falls, I want to see your look of despair. When that happens, I'll make sure you all leave Earth." "Luo Feng, let us see how long you can stay proud." He was filled with anger within. Since he was not respected within his family, his hatred and dissatisfaction brewed, and Luo Feng was a shining star. Compared to him, he naturally couldn't stand it, and he wished to see Luo Feng's look of despair. Virtual universe, chaos energy engulfed the palace at the peak of Thunder Island. Luo Feng entered respectfully. Teacher, he bowed respectfully. Is something the matter? The city leader's voice resounded. I have a favor to ask of Teacher. Luo Feng replied respectfully. A silhouette walked out from the energies. A gold-robed city leader said, You experienced quite a lot of danger in the outer region wars, yet you've never come to see me. You are naturally not the type to ask for help. Speak what's the matter? The city leader had indeed favored Luo Feng a lot more now ever since he displayed his strength to so easily kill Emperor limits, even matching black tea. It made the city leader realize this disciple of his was still hiding other things. Otherwise, no matter how talented a sector lord was, even with the general armor, even with law comprehension reaching the 20th level, he still wouldn't be able to kill an Emperor limit so easily, much less exchange blows with black tea. He wasn't bothered about his disciple hiding things from him, as everyone had their own secrets. He understood that there were some things he didn't wish to share. He also realized that Luo Feng's future achievements would be shocking, hence he personally cleaned up the mess and gave him another identity of Blade River. It's like this, when I returned to Earth, there were many things that happened. I realized that the other immigrants have created trouble for our Earth humans. Luo Feng said respectfully, I had no other way, hence I came to seek your help. He had come to seek his help. He said it blatantly. The city leader, with his status, wouldn't get angry about this. If Luo Feng had to beat about the bush, that would in fact irritate him. Such a small matter, right? The immigrants come from many powerful families. You better not mess with them. I'll give out an order. The city leader nodded. I know you value your family and fellow Earth humans. I will settle these things for you. Don't bother about such matters. What you need to do is become strong. Yes, teacher, I will do my best. Luo Feng was gleeful, as his teacher's response was simple and straight to the point. Go on. The city leader nodded. Luo Feng bowed respectfully and left. The city leader smiled as he watched his disciple leave. He had never come to ask for help before, and yet now when he did, it was over such a small matter. Caring for his fellow humans and family, such character. As long as humanity treats him well, he will naturally fight to the death for us. The city leader nodded. There were several traitorous warriors of humanity. The moment they got strong, they wouldn't even care about their own race's safety. Just like how Yan Di, the leader of the Yanshan race, was originally from humanity. However, he chose to leave humanity with his race and become his own power. This had enraged many pinnacle beings of humanity, but Yan Di's power was huge, and he had the great being behind him, hence they could only bear with it. Half a day later, an order was passed on to the palace guarding Earth, and to the managements within the immigrants and the Earth humans. The order was very simple. It stated that no immigrant was to set foot or fly over the Earth territories, and no Earth human was to set foot or fly over the floating cities territories. Anyone that went against it were to be killed. What the green armored youth, who was fooling around with the girl, howled when he got the order. Who gave this order? Jiali Emperor was angry. I will definitely report this to the upper echelon of the huge axe dojo. The order seemed to apply to both sides, however in truth, it was mainly to protect the Earth humans more. As the immigrants all had huge authority and backgrounds, they often headed to the continents to explore. Who dare resist them if they bullied the humans there? And there were many powerful warriors amongst them, domain lord guards. And sector lord guards were common. As for the Earth-human strength, how weak were they? In contrast, the Earth-humans didn't dare step into the sea regions at all. Not invading the immigrant space, or the little ships they controlled would swiftly appear and capture them. In all, the situation was that despite staying within their territory, the Earth-humans still had to suffer humiliation from the immigrants. The three emperor managers of the immigrants gathered Fengchen from the Virtual Universe Company, Jieli from the Huge Axe Dojo, and the Lady Huangshi, Emperor, who represented the First Bank, Galaxy Bank, and the Mercenary Alliance. In terms of strength, she was the strongest, as she was at Emperor Pinnacle. The other two were quite a bit weaker. This is too much. How can he do this? Who gave this order? Did they discuss with any of my Huge Axe Dojo upper echelon? I will report this, definitely. Jieli howled. Report, go on. This is from the Primal Chaos City leader, Fengchen said casually. Jieli could only stare wide-eyed. Primal. Huangshi was shocked too. There's no mistake. Fengchen nodded. He gave the order personally. It must be Luo Feng, that despicable Luo Feng. Jieli gritted his teeth. He felt even more jealous now. He had reached emperor level, and yet he never got the chance to meet his family leader Void Gold Master. Luo Feng, however, was able to easily get the city leader to give such an order. How big was their difference? Of course it's Luo Feng, but what can you do? Fengchen looked at him. Jieli gritted his teeth. He couldn't think of anything. As Luo Feng had signed an agreement with the Virtual Universe Company back then, with the Virtual Universe Company as the main controller, and not the Huge Axe Dojo. The Huge Axe Dojo had to pay a huge price to be able to send a large amount of young warriors over. In truth, everything was left to the Virtual Universe Company to manage. The Primal Chaos City leader was the #1 person in the company. He was the biggest power in the entire company. Who would go against his order? Jieli gritted his teeth. This order, every order, will always have a loophole. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying energy spread throughout Earth, engulfing the entire planet, whether it was Asia or Europe, etc., even the Atlantic or Pacific. Floating cities, everyone could feel the terrifying energies. Look. What's going on? Who is it? The three emperors flashed to the air above their floating city. Gazing about with their vision, they could easily see thousands of km away. That is, the three of them were all stunned. A majestic vine plant had risen from the continent of Earth. Each continent have many vines. Its height pierced right through the atmosphere, tens of thousands of km high. The three emperors easily saw hundreds of vines. Star-eating plant. Undying star-eating plant. Huangshi was shocked. Every vine has the same energy. They are from the same undying plant. Check how many vines it has, Fengchen said. 1,000. Jieli's voice was tiny. A 1,000 vine star-eating plant. Just who is that wealthy nurturing such a plant? Would require hundreds of billions of mixed elements. Huangshi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Is it Luo Feng? Is he that rich? Even passing the Primal Sky Mountain would only give him 100 billion points. It's not enough for this at all. Of course the Primal Chaos City leader gave him this. Do you think his pitiful wealth would be enough? Jieli said coldly. Even though the 1,000 vine star-eating plant was Emperor Pinnacle, plant life forms were special. Its sturdiness could compare to a human emperor limit warrior. And its huge form, even against a human emperor limit warrior, it would still had the advantage its life energy was much stronger too, even a strongest. Flame God Crystal Wound, destroy it 1,000 vines, could easily spread over 1,000,000 km, the flame crystal would only have a small area of destruction. The Virtual Universe Company has ordered. A cold voice resounded throughout the entire Earth, within every Earth human. And immigrants' ears, from now on, no immigrant is allowed to enter the land. Regions, and no Earth human is allowed to enter the ocean or floating city. Regions, anyone who goes against this will die. This is an undying 1,000 vine star-eating plant, and it will guard the borders of the continents. Its main job is to guard, whether it's Earth humans or immigrants, anyone who goes against the rule will be killed. His voice lingered for a long time. All the humans of Earth, whether it was the Earth humans or the immigrants, everyone was in uproar. The Earth humans couldn't stop cheering. Haha, those despicable immigrants, come here again. This is great. Whose voice was that to actually arrange an undying to guard us? Stupid, who else can help us? It must be Luo Feng. As they cheered, the immigrants were all raging. Who gave this order, forbidding us from entering the continents? We've never heard of such a rule before. Who gave the order? What guts, even if the upper echelon gave the order, to actually use a 1,000 vine star-eating plant to threaten us? He must be too arrogant. This is a threat to our lives. As both sides were in uproar, Jiali, Feng Chen and Huang Shi all flew to the edge of the Asian continent. Luo Feng flew there too, and they exchanged glances. Your Majesty, Luo Feng Chen said courteously. Feng Chen. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He recognized him. Luo Feng, even if the city leader gave the order, you cannot place a 1,000 vine star-eating plant there. Jiali howled. This is a threat to all immigrants. We will follow the order of the city leader, but you have to take the plant away. Luo Feng looked at him coldly and smiled at Feng Chen and Huang Shi. You too. We will chat in the Han Alliance soon. I'll be taking my leave. Feng Chen and Huang Shi nodded. Stay there, Jiali shouted. Luo Feng turned and vanished, leaving a cold voice. Idiot. Jiali's face was flushed red. Beside him, the other two looked at his stupid expression in their eyes. Jiali was an idiot. Just who was Luo Feng? This was the disciple of the city leader. Jiali was, but a later generation disciple of a family. He hadn't even met Void Gold Master before. The two of them had completely different levels of authority. And he still yelled out. Luo Feng couldn't even be bothered. Jiali, you better be careful. Don't let your anger take control. You'll be killed by that 1,000 vine star-eating plant, Feng Chen said casually, after which he became a beam of light and left among the three of them. The two often didn't see eye to eye. Huang Shi usually settled such matters. Calm down, Jiali, she said. He didn't dare mess around with your challenge before, mainly because of many immigrants behind you. The over 10 billion immigrants all represent powerful families, and they have universe masters behind them. As for you, with Luo Feng's status, he can't even be bothered with you. Look, your only saving grace is your personal strength. Since he easily took out a 1,000 vine star-eating plant, he can kill you easily. We are in the same line. Let me give you some advice. Don't lose your life over this. So she too flew away. Jiali stood in mid-air and gazed at the borders of the Asian continent, his expression struggling. He could only turn and leave. Later on, there were even 2 arrogant immigrants that were killed by the 1,000 vine star-eating plant. The rest quickly got the news and knew that the Order was real, they all got a stern warning from the upper echelons too. They all immediately fell in line. The city leader was after all the number one person in the virtual universe company, who'd go against his order. The Earth humans cheered, they no longer had to suffer in silence, they could lead their lives freely. 1 month later, Luo Feng was finally about to leave Earth. There's the 1000 vine star-eating plant, secretly, there's also the Emperor. Limit Metal Flag Emperor Luo Feng spoke to his wife and the many trump cards I left you. You can nurture an undying plant too. All in all, you can make the arrangements, I leave the family to you. Su Xian nodded. Within she felt warmth. The husband explored the universe while she watched the house. You better be careful this time, Su Xian said. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Dad, Mom. Luo Feng said goodbye to all his parents, brother and sons, before leaving, teleporting and vanishing from sight. Within the dark universe, a malevolent armored bug ship was flying swiftly. This was one of the top 3 ships Luo Feng had acquired when he hunted the emperors. This living ship, under normal circumstances, only an other race emperor limit could use it. Within the control room, we'll first go and deal with Devil Hand Emperor, then we'll head to the distant secret region Ice Hell Star, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Master, the ship's voice replied. Through God Country teleportation and the living ship, traveling through the dark universe, it took about half a month for Luo Feng to reach where Devil Hand Emperor was. Luckily, I had Tianqin. Luo Feng was surprised. My other 11 slaves are all other race warriors. Only Tianqin is human, and other than the 3 soul slaves he has other weaker undyings, where many of them were humans too. Human undyings have many markers around humanity's territory, hence, it's easy to teleport via their God Country. At least I can reach any universe country easily within humanity's territory. And with my other race slaves, I can easily rely on them to reach the distant regions of the universe too. It would save a lot of flying time. Luo Feng was happy, discovering the advantages of having more slaves. The longer one lived, the more one has explored, the more the markers were left around. Tianqin and the others had painstakingly left many markers all around, and now they were all for Luo Feng to use. Master, we are about to engage in universe travel. Wang. The living ship slowed down to a stop, flying out of the dark universe and back to the actual universe. Devil Hand Star Luo Feng stood in the living ship's control room and gazed at the vast space under the glare of a huge star. A green life planet was giving off powerful life energy ripples. According to the information from the Virtual Universe Company, his nest is here, and half a year ago, he had connected to the virtual universe, while his marker was right here. Luo Feng frowned at the green planet. The virtual universe wasn't all-knowing. They could at most give as much information as they could get. Luo Feng, let me out. Babada's voice resounded within his mind. Come out. Luo Feng let Babada out of his world ring. He was draped in black armor, and his face was masked, revealing red blood crystal-like eyes. He was about 145 like a child with 2 gold horns on his forehead. This was Babada with the heart of evolution. Luo Feng's earnings in the outer region wars were huge, hence, he bought one for Babada, allowing him to finally have the chance to train and evolve as. For his ARM computer, that was the subsidiary AI Babada made. I want to see that Sua Luo Pu Dai, Babata gritted his teeth. Okay, but you have to stay by my side, Luo Feng said. Babata nodded, as his eyes were filled with hatred even though he had recognized Luo Feng as his master at Domain Lord level. He was a living AI. With emotions, his old master had brought him around for long periods of time, allowing him to evolve from a normal AI to a living AI, who Yan Bo was like a father to him. Let us go. The cloud contact armor swiftly wrapped around Luo Feng. Hua. A glaring gold armor that covered even his face appeared. Luo Feng was like a gold-armored man. The Shawu wings were kept within his body. From the appearance alone, no one was able to identify who he was. He kept the ship. The black-armored man and the gold-armored man teleported straight to the atmosphere of the green planet. Why aren't you entering? Babata asked anxiously. Let me check on the accurate location before making my move. Luo Feng used his large scanner to sweep the entire planet. Babata was stunned. Luo Feng, I've lost control. Haha, it's extremely rare for a living AI to lose control. This means that emotions have affected your judgment. Luo Feng laughed. It's a good thing. Babata was filled with hatred. Luo Feng, didn't he really feel it, as he had never interacted with Hu Yanbo before? With no connection, all he had was respect for his elder. He must be on this planet, Babata muttered within over and over. Anxiously. Found him, Luo Feng suddenly said. On this planet. Babata was happily surprised. Right, on this planet, and from my scan, he should be heavily injured. Luo Feng said his large scanner was advanced enough to avoid detection by Devil Hand Emperor. Heavily injured, who cares? We must kill him. Babata pushed. Let us go. Let us go see him. Babata brought Babata and teleported, entering the core of the planet. The star field around this planet was a forbidden place within the Guluan Universe country. Several superfamilies within the Universe country knew that this space was taken by a powerful Undying, and since this Undying didn't have too much ambition, only taking up 9 galaxies within the starfield, no one dared to mess with him. The core of this starfield was Devil Hand Star. The Demon Emperor has been in a bad mood recently. Be careful not to make him angry, or you'll lose your lives, an Undying said to a group of lady staff. Yes. The most intelligent and beautiful women chosen from the 9 galaxies around were all trembling within. For the past 1,000 years, the Demon Emperor had been in a bad mood. Any little bit of aggravation would result in tragedy. Go on in, the Undying ordered. Over 800 ladies all lifted their dishes and went into the palace. The deeper they went, the more they trembled. Finally they reached within the hall. When only half of the group entered, they heard a cold voice. Devil Hand Emperor. The voice was ice cold. A formless pressure spread throughout. Over 800 ladies couldn't help but kneel down. The terrifying pressure caused main managing Undying to actually kneel too. My God, what terrifying pressure! This is over 100 times stronger than when the master was at his peak. Just who is this? Where did such a warrior come from in the Guluan Universe country? Rumble, the roof of the palace was torn right off, as a gray silhouette rushed into the sky. Shwa. A gold silhouette floated there, kicking the gray silhouette. The law-infused kick made the gray silhouette instantly spit out gold blood, flying backwards until he landed on the broken palace. This evil-looking man had a head of an eagle. He was dressed in gray armor. The Undying kneeling within the palace was shocked at the scene, thinking, Teleportation. That gold-armored man can teleport. It's over for the master. Countless staff within the palace knelt, some looking up secretly at the scene of the invincible devil emperor being defeated so easily. That gold silhouette was shining bright above. Teleport. Devil hand floated in mid-air, looking up at the gold-armored man and bowing respectfully. Greetings, Lord. If you can teleport, you should be an emperor. Pinnacle. How have I offended you? Please tell me. I will do my best to repay you. If that is still insufficient, then you can take my life. Luo Feng gazed down at him, his voice booming. You sure understand formalities. Since you can teleport, it means I cannot escape at all. Even if I'm at my peak, it would still be far from your strength. What's more, I'm heavily injured now. With my strength lost, you can easily kill me. What should I do? I can only do my best to survive. If I can't, then I can only submit. He was incredibly respectful. Luo Feng's voice boomed. All the staff below could hear him. Devil Hand wasn't afraid of humiliation. He spoke directly, and his voice spread around. Obviously, he wanted to display sincerity. As for the staff below, those staff that have seen me like that, as long as I can survive, I'll kill all of them. Devil Hand thought within. How come the demon emperor is like his servant? Just who is this gold-armored man? He is much stronger than the demon emperor. Countless staff. Didn't he know the danger they were in? Kill Luo Feng. Kill him. Babata communicated to Luo Feng. Please state how I offended you. I'm clueless as to how it happened. Devil Hand said respectfully. Luo Feng gazed at him. It's useless to struggle. I'll tell you. You will definitely die. Devil Hand's eyes had a look of fear. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Feng had already appeared before him, wielding a thorn. This was a Famo poison-coated cloud contact vine thorn. Luo Feng used it to stab forward. Chi. It pierced through the armor, straight into Devil Hand's body, after which gold blood was spilt as it dripped down. Devon Hand's body was corroded by the poison, his eyes filled with fear, after which he crumbled along with the gold blood, leaving only the armor and world ring that fell before it was swiped away by a black silhouette. The black silhouette stopped beside Luo Feng. It was Babata. It's over. He wielded the armor, his blood crystal-like eyes with a complex gaze over 60,000 years. Luo Feng looked at him, not interrupting. Boss, do you see this? Devil Hand is dead. He is dead. Back then you entrusted the inheritance to me. I didn't dare tell him who the enemy was. I'd never expect to be able to take revenge. You've been avenged. He had no resistance at all. Back then he had chased us for so long, but against Luo Feng, he was so weak. Babata muttered. Luo Feng had completely shut off all sound around them with his spirit energy. His mini-scanner jammed any signals to Luo Feng. Did all this while patiently waiting for Babata to recover. Babata muttered and released his emotions, which were suppressed for tens of thousands of years. The pain from his master's death, the thrill from avenging him, and the memories from countless ages ago. Luo Feng, I'm okay now. Babata looked at him. Thank you. I owe Hu Yanbo a debt of gratitude, and I even paid my respects to him as my teacher before. This is what I should do. Babata, now can I keep you back into the world ring? Luo Feng asked. In the ring, I can get guidance from the other emperors. I'll do my best to become undying as soon as possible. Babata nodded. My current strength will only affect you. However, I can contact you via my subsidiary AI. With a thought, Luo Feng placed Babata back into his world ring. With the heart of evolution, Babata was now similar to the automaton race. It was easy for them to reach Sector Lord, however reaching Undying was extremely hard. Luo Feng gazed at the shivering, countless people below kneeling before him. He teleported and left Devil Hand Star. He is gone. The gold-armored god is gone. Too terrifying, the Demon Emperor had no resistance against him whatsoever. I heard that Undyings have undying bodies, but he was still killed so easily. With the Demon Emperor dead, we have no need to fear any more. This starfield is now ours, haha. The power of Devil Hand Star started to shift immediately. In a distant starfield away, countless light-years away from humanity's territory, within a normal star, the stars were the most commonly seen heavenly bodies in space. This star, however, was somewhat special because within, amidst the endless flames, there was a silhouette. This silhouette sat cross-legged within. There really was a warrior that killed me, a hate-filled voice resounded. This silhouette was Devil Hand Emperor Suo Luo Pu. He sat cross-legged, the star's heat not affecting him at all. And he was that strong, yet he still hid his identity. He may very well been sent by that Luo Feng. I had guessed long ago that this day might come, he muttered softly. Back then Luo Feng was extremely exceptional during the genius battles, being absorbed into the virtual universe company even from back then. Devil Hand had been observing him. He suspected that Luo Feng had gotten Hu Yanbo's inheritance. When I killed Hu Yanbo back then, I used a soul technique to make sure he would die, plus he fled too quickly into the dark universe. It was hard to chase him, and because of the treasure, I didn't continue. He had many hiding spots. Who knows where he fled to? 50,000 years later, Luo Feng suddenly rose to power, a spirit reader, just like him, and he could buy Earth, an aboriginal punk, without any special encounters. How could he afford a planet? And his performance was heavenly. During the genius battles, I suspected back then he was linked to Hu Yanbo. However, he had been in the primal chaos city for such a long time, I couldn't do anything against him. Finally, he became a domain lord and returned to the Ganwu universe country, and the ship he used was actually the Yunmo planet ship. This ship confirmed my doubts that he was the disciple of Hu Yanbo. But he was the investigator this time and resided in the primal region of the virtual universe company. If I made a move and was discovered, I would be dead. I could only gamble that Hu Yanbo left no information on who killed him. If he knew what was good for them, he would let them go against an emperor. After all, when he was alive, his disciples were only that weak. How strong could his later disciples be? And he could never predict the future. Looks like my guess was wrong. He left something that told Luo Feng. Luo Feng's status is extremely high. It's very easy for him to engage a super warrior's help, for them to hide their identity and come kill me. He sat cross-legged within the burning star, and his eyes gleamed with ferocity. Luckily, even though I gambled, I didn't place all my bets on one table. I cut part of my god body, of which one part had 40 and another had 60. God body separation. I left the weaker body to pretend to be seriously injured on Devil Hand Star. Awaiting the day, the other, I hid in a distant region, patiently waiting. My plan was to wait 1 million years. If there was no danger after 1 million years, I would show myself again. Haha, luckily, I left a way out for myself. I'm not eligible to be revived, but I left a way out, gold armored. Warrior, even though I don't know who you are, I can guarantee that you were sent by Luo Feng. Other than him, there is no one else able to engage such a powerful being. Luo Feng. I may not win against you now, however I will return. I will definitely return to humanity's territory. Devil Hand howled, his voice rippling throughout the star. God-body separation wasn't something normal warriors had the guts to do. Devil Hand separated his body into 60 and 40, of which the 60 body had 10 of his perfect condition strength. As for the 40 body, it was even weaker. Under such circumstances, the strength drop was simply too much. Another risk was that if one side was soul-controlled, then all of Devil Hand will be controlled. The weaker one was, the easier it was to get controlled. There were two big risks. It wasn't something just anyone could risk of. Course, the only benefit of this was that he would have a chance to survive. The two separated bodies resonated off each other, hence both bodies would never regenerate. Only when one side had fallen would the other gradually recover over long periods of time to its perfect form. Time passed. The malevolent bug ship flew within the dark universe, maintaining 80 times light speed. Within the control room, a crystal-made dining table had a total of 12 super warriors sitting around it, and Luo Feng was in the main throne. Tomorrow we'll arrive at the secret region. It's been over 2 years, but we finally arrived to reaching the destination. Cheers. Luo Feng raised his glass. Congratulations, Master. The 12 warriors all shrank their bodies to human size, raising their glasses. They toasted and celebrated. At this time, Luo Feng still didn't know that he had only killed a portion of Devil Hand over 2 years ago. After all, the chances of that happening was very small. Actually, even if he did know, he had no way to do anything about it. The other portion of Devil Hand was hidden well within a distant region. After all, even so, Luo Feng wasn't afraid. It took trillions of years for him to become a low emperor with Luo Feng's 12 slaves. They were all either emperor limits or pinnacle soul masters. A normal emperor didn't even have the right to become his slave. As for Tian, Chen, Qi Meng, Honed Heart, etc., these were all soul masters, and they all had a group of soul slaves under them. Only thing was, they had many normal undyings and officials, and occasionally a normal emperor. They weren't even worthy to show universe. Luo Feng lifted his glass. Is too huge. By relying on God Country teleportation, I reached close to the secret region, yet it's south, still close to 2 billion light-years away. Even at 80 times light speed, it still took over 2 years. Master, the Black Flower region is simply too desolate. None of us have been there. Heavy Arrow smiled. The universe is vast and endless, with countless universe secret regions separated throughout. For those of us that have taken part in the outer region wars, we aren't even considered far from humanity itself, and there are several slaves under you that come from much further. However, there wasn't even one that has been to the Black Flower region, hence, we have to fly for so long. Fu Shui added. Luo Feng nodded. The great being had placed the third black metal board within Icehell Star. It was desolate and dangerous, far from humanity. If he relied only on flying at 80 times light speed, it would take over 100 years. One could only imagine the distance. Luckily, he had a slave that could teleport close, saving most of the travel. And lucky this ship is that fast, faster than even the UNMO planet ship. Luo Feng thought. Rumble. A powerful energy ripple shockwaved from outside. It's a robbery. Another one. Heavy Arrow, Fu Shui, Ji Hong and Tianchen all laughed. Luo Feng laughed too. The dark universe within humanity's territories was considered relatively safe. Only very few would try and rob others within it, was mainly because humanity's control was very strong. However, outside of that, in the dark universe, in these desolate areas, it was common to have such incidents within the dark universe. It's some officials and normal undyings. Ji Hong extended his god energy over and swept the enemies, laughing. We are so lonely, Tianchen said, after flying for over 2 years. Even though we encountered a few attempts, no one actually dared to make a move. They are not stupid either, even though the living ship's level cannot be discerned from the outside. We maintained a speed of 80 times light speed. Anyone that is able to do that, even most emperors don't have a ship like that. Would they dare? Ji Hong's voice was ear-piercing. He laughed. If you want to be attacked, it's simple. We just have to slow down to 10 times light speed. I guarantee every day we'll be attacked at least once. Haha. Interesting. This has to be approved by the master. The warriors all laughed. Luo Feng laughed too. It took killing many warriors and enslaving many for him to get this ship. It was the fastest of all his ships, the Yunmo planet. Ship's max speed was 50 times light speed, and this was after modification from the Virtual Universe Company, and it was much harder to upgrade from there onwards. 80 times light speed, however, was unbelievable. No rush. When we get to the secret region, you will get to fight. Luo Feng smiled. The Black Flower secret region's largest diameter was 160,000 light-years, and it was considered small amongst the secret regions. The entire level of danger was considered normal, as well as even normal undyings could enter. Other than 6 extremely dangerous areas, it was much less dangerous than many others, only threatening to normal undyings. And these 6 dangerous areas were spots that even knights could fall. Ice Hell Star was one of the 6 spots. Within the secret region, Ice Hell Star was the outermost region. A malevolent armored bug ship appeared within the space. Ice Hell Star, I've arrived. Luo Feng stood in the control room, gazing out. He had gone through universe travel straight to the outer regions of Ice Hell Star, even though the Great Being had given him the exact coordinates. However, since it was a huge area, even knights wouldn't be so daring as to rush straight into the core region. Naturally, Luo Feng didn't dare do so either. According to the data, the Black Flower region's danger level is relatively low. However, this Ice Hell Star area is very dangerous. This test from the Great Being truly doesn't care about my survival. Luo Feng thought, as one of the greatest beings of the universe, it wasn't strange that he trained his disciples that way. 6 dangerous regions, these were all stated before, and the secret region is simply too huge. There are still many that haven't been explored. There might even be a 7th. A small secret region could have a diameter of tens of thousands of light years, and a large one could go from millions up to hundreds of millions light years. Not mentioning the super huge ones, just the million light-year diameter ones. Flying at light speed straight through it alone would take 1,000,000 years to completely explore the area, would require one passing through different areas trillions of times, and such scanning may not even detect its true dangers. How could one detect the dangers flying at light speed? Hence every secret region, warriors hardly went to the unexplored regions. unless they were completely confident. Depart. Luo Feng took the living ships and activated his large and mini scanners. Allowing the living ship to head towards Ice House Star, he didn't dare teleport, as the entire region had a diameter of only 21 light-years. Just one teleport could lead him straight into danger. The living ship flew at sub-light speed for over 3 months. Luo Feng closed his eyes and sat cross-legged within the control room. Warning, warning, attack imminent, the AI reported. Power level high official, unable to damage the ship. Luo Feng opened his eyes, his expression changed. Not good. Rumble. Rumble. 2 powerful attacks swept past the ship, it only slightly shook, easily. Withstanding the attacks, its defense was over 100 times stronger than the Yunemo planet ship, and the entire ship was infused with the special life form Nuo Wei Ka tree. It was a type of plant life form, with low offensive abilities and intellect, simple, but with powerful survival abilities. Just like metal ships fusing with metal life forms, a living ship could fuse with special life forms too, allowing it to evolve. This ship had incredibly strong defense and was extremely fast, and it had the ability of regeneration. The only thing was that its offense was weak. Bastard. Luo Feng gritted his teeth after being attacked. Those bunch of bastards. He immediately teleported and flew out of the ship. Silver-armored and winged Luo Feng stood beside the ship and gazed far away. There in the distance he could see a vast green and purple Milky Way. Stretching through the space, this Milky Way was over 300 million km thick, and over 100 million km deep. Its length stretched on forever. This was the renowned Star River of Ice House Star. 2 bastards. Luo Feng looked about cautiously, after which he looked angrily at the 2 silhouettes that appeared from the Star River. The ship could easily withstand the attacks, however Luo Feng was afraid of the energy ripples spreading and drawing out the terrifying enemies within Ice Hell Star, the master of the area. Luckily, we are still far from Ice House Star. He relaxed. Haha, human, do you think that we cannot detect you with your scanner jamming? The signals, the ripples from flying at sub-light speed, are easy for us to detect. However, your ship is not bad, it was able to withstand our attack. Human, why stand there? Why don't you come here? Don't you want to make a move? These 2 warriors had fish tails and were covered in black scales, with a layer of green light surrounding them as they shouted out. Luo Feng easily recognized them as the E2A race. They were adept in water, and this star river was filled with extremely cold droplets of water. This Star River's water was known for its coldness and density. Even if an emperor entered it, he would feel extreme cold, reducing his speed to 1. As long as one used the Star River water to make in metal armor, wearing it would allow one to withstand the cold, and one would be completely at home within the Star River, with no resistance. It was obvious that the 2 warriors, which were glowing with a layer of green light, had worn the special armors. Haha, are you afraid? The 2 warriors mocked, wanting to lure Luo Feng in. They had both stayed in the Star River for tens of thousands of years, and they were clear on the many dangerous areas. As long as Luo Feng rushed in with their natural proficiency and the armor, plus their knowledge of the area about, they believed they could kill this human. 2 scum. Luo Feng's expression grew serious. 2 black balls appeared in his left palm. Go. Xiao. They swiftly formed 2 beams of light, rushing towards the Star River. These balls were sealed stars, and every one of them was incredibly heavy, much heavier than stars, no matter how high the density of the Star River water. How could it compare to the sealed stars? The force had little effect on the balls. As for the cold, it was completely useless. Flee. The two E2O warriors quickly rushed into the Star River. However, the two black balls were incredibly fast. His undying energy isn't weakened by the Star River at all. They couldn't believe as they fled, fighting hard to defend against the balls. Spirit energy, piercing into the Star River, would be weakened by 1,000 times. Luckily, I have the General Soul, otherwise just relying on Sector Lord World energy, it would probably be destroyed by the Star River. Luo Feng's spirit energy was decreased by 1,000 times. Even so, with the ability to suppress Emperor limits, dealing with these two officials was easy enough. So heavy. The two E2O warriors could only feel the unbelievable force from the two black balls, knocking away their weapons and piercing their bodies. Chi. The balls pierced right through their chests. The FAMO poison on the balls instantly began to madly corrode their bodies. Their eyes revealed shock and fear as they crumbled completely. They had spent too much time in the Star River. They didn't even fear emperors, however they didn't expect to fall. Today, Luo Feng used his spirit energy to guide the black balls and treasures from the two officials back to him. Two arrogant punks. Luo Feng shook his head. He had ample preparation before coming, and he understood every bit of the special areas of Ice Hell Star. The Star River was vast, and within its depths there were some dangerous areas. The terrifying beings of Ice Hell Star were even more adept at the cold and the water. Luo Feng had never once thought of entering. The two of them were right in hiding in the water, using their understanding of it and its specialties, plus their speed. Even emperors couldn't deal with them. Luo Feng shook his head. If they knew of Blade River Emperor's name, it would have been another story. It was a pity the news had spread rampantly throughout the virtual universe network. Other than that, only the automaton race managed to get little information on him, much less the other pinnacle races. Even the demon race and bug race couldn't even complete their long-distance transmissions. As for these little races like the E2A, who lived far from everyone else, how could they know what happened in the outer region wars? Flying too fast in the universe ship creates space ripples. Teleporting will create special space ripples, allowing those proficient in it to detect. Luo Feng frowned. In space, I'll just fly myself. The larger the frame, the more commotion there will be. My body will definitely have less commotion than a living ship. Using the Shawu wings to control space, I'll be extremely fast, and the effect on the space would be minimized, and I can fly slower. He kept the living ship and began to fly, accelerating gradually to 100,000 kilometers per second. With the Shawu wings, the energy flow was much smoother. Xiao. The mini-scanner completely covered him. He carefully proceeded. Whether it was because of the great being or the information he had found on the place before, he didn't dare get careless. As he got deeper, he discovered the many special things about the region. The outermost Star River. Along the way, there were frozen corpses floating casually around the 10,000 mausoleum. As one went even deeper inside, they could locate the dangerous Star Belt. Star Belt. He stood in space. Beside him, ice mountains floated. Ahead was a colorful water flow, almost like a belt that revolved about the core area of Ice Hell Star, the water, gave off terrifying cold energies. Luo Feng was that. Far away, and yet he could still feel it. He knew that that wasn't tea water, but peculiar frozen little crystals, forming a landslide-like river flow. It was the second dangerous region of Ice Hell Star. As for the most dangerous, it was the core area's vast region, with the many frozen planets. With a glance, Luo Feng could easily see 100 of them. Ice Hell Stars, Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng stood beside the vast galaxy, gazing at the Ice Hell Star. Even though it was very far away, it was similar to how Earth humans could easily see the sun. Luo Feng's vision was at a level where he could see one's facial hairs up to 10,000 kilometers away. Naturally, he could see the distant Ice Hell Star easily. Black metal board. Luo Feng felt the strong calling from there. Yes. That one. He fixed his gaze on one particular star. It's coming from there. The coordinates the great being gave was right. The black metal board is there on that star. The mission he gave me was very simple. It was to enter the Ice Hell Star, take the metal board and leave. However, the stars are nests for special life forms, and every star represents a type of special life form. Luo Feng thought the special life forms that lived within each Ice Hell Star was named Doku by the other races of the universe. Doku were life forms formed from extreme cold. They were demon-like in appearance and incredibly pure. Though pure, they were purely bloodthirsty, as killing was a game to them, and they felt no sense of evil. Even though they had no way to reproduce, they were all naturally talented. It was said that there were 1,000 Dokus within the area, and this was their nest according to the information from the Virtual Universe Company. Among these 1,000 Doku, there were 100 that became undyings, and 2 that even became knights, among which the 100 undyings built their own Ice Hell Stars. Dokus are special life forms, and even at the same level, they are stronger than humans by 100 times. Luo Feng thought a human emperor's body limit was 100,000 times that of Sector Lord strength, unless there was some genetic evolution for the Dokus. However, an emperor could reach 10 million Sector Lord strength. This was their pure god body, and not accounting amplification techniques. Just like how the golden horned beast was 10 times stronger than humans. The special life forms of the universe, the weakest of the lot, were comparable to the beast. Every Ice Hell Star is very dangerous. I may be able to fight a Doku undying, but the moment there's a commotion, I'll be exposed. He thought there hasn't been anyone that had survived after being exposed within Ice Hell Star, because there were 2 knights there. They were special life forms, hence they were much more powerful than many human knights. Just as Luo Feng had finished observing this situation and pondering, suddenly a blurry silhouette rushed out from the vast space ahead. Ha ha ha. Ha. A crisp voice filled with cold energies pierced through the space and spread throughout. The laughter was filled with joy. Luo Feng gazed in the distance. 3 silhouettes rushed out, 1 purple in color, and 2 green-colored. The purple one was about 3 m tall and graceful, and was completely purple. He had 100 purple braids from his head. The crystal-like armor on his body was translucent. From it, one could see its body, and it took on the form of a human lady. The other 2 green ones were 6 m tall, extremely handsome, with 100 green braids each. They donned a green armor, and were similar to human males in looks. As special life forms, they had no sex distinction. This outer appearance Purple represented the difference in their talent level. The purple were rarer, the green were more populated. The cold air around the purple doku could easily freeze souls, and the green ones could freeze the bodies. Together, the three of them laughed and cheered about their speeds were incredible. Easily reaching light speed and going through universe travel, disappearing from Luo Feng's sight. Universe travel. Luo Feng looked on carefully. The rubbish about the space about had been cleared. It's easy to reach light speed HM, the three dokus. Earlier they are weaker, they should be sector lord level, but their strength is similar to a normal undying, and they can easily go through universe travel to return to their nest. Looks like I have to do it this way. Luo Feng nodded. Within his world ring, black-clothed Luo Feng stood there. The 12 warriors bowed respectfully. Master Tianchen. Luo Feng looked over. Master, Tianchen replied. You have a few officials under you, right? Call them out. The more nimble the better. The smarter ones. Luo Feng said. Tianchen and Qi Meng were both soul masters, both with a group of slaves under them. They may have few emperor slaves, but there were many officials. Yes, Tianchen waved his hand, and beside him a 1m tall little crooked being appeared. It was filled with black scales, and its eyes were jade green. This was the demon race's devil shell monkey. Master, it smiled evilly. From now on, you will listen to my master's orders. Tianchen pointed at Luo Feng. Fully submit to him. His orders to you is akin to my orders. Yes, 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 the monkey replied. Black-clothed Luo Feng looked at this official level undying. You have a small and large scanner. No, it replied. Mas Tianchen was about to speak when he was shushed. Luo Feng flipped his hand and tossed out a scanner. This one has both the functions of a large and small scanner. This is a virtual universe connection device, anonymous device. Luo Feng tossed out an armband. Make them both recognize you. Yes, 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 the monkey was very excited. Virtual universe. The helmet devices kept its users anonymous, much less with Luo Feng's high status. It was easy to get one that could last forever. The only thing was, these devices were controlled strictly by the virtual universe. Listen well, Luo Feng ordered. The monkey listened. When you leave in a while, you will accelerate to light speed and universe travel in the dark universe. You will reach these coordinates and come back to the actual universe. Luo Feng's armband projected the star map. It was within the ice hell stars, of which he gave exact coordinates. When you appear, you should be 16 million km away from this ice hell star. Remember, you need to activate the mini scanner and hide your tracks to not be detected. Then you will sneak into this star that you are closest to and search for a black metal board. This is what it looks like. Luo Feng explained the metal board to him. He also explained what to do after discovering it. In case the monkey screwed up, it was better to personally tell him what to do. Very good. Luo Feng nodded. Get ready to leave. I will immediately lead you in. Yes, the monkey had no sense of hesitation. Luo Feng's order was akin to his master's order, even if he ordered him to self-destruct now, he wouldn't even resist. Hence, the moment one's soul was controlled, its entire core and being would submit to his master. Amidst the vast space, Luo Feng stood hidden. His mini-scanner was activated, and beside him stood the devil shell monkey. Just like that, accelerate and reach light speed and universe travel. Go on, he ordered. Yes. The monkey's eyes were lit with excitement. So. His speed increased, becoming a beam of light in space, quickly reaching light. Speed. The space shook before he vanished. Luo Feng gazed at the scene. The Doku's use universe travel to get from one ice hell star to another and to return. The distance is so far, just flying normally would take 10 days to half a month, and universe travel ripples occur frequently. Then, the monkey's universe travel wound garner too much attention. It'll depend on luck. Let us hope that its luck is good. Let this one slave bring me the medal. Bored, Luo Feng thought, if he can't, at least I'll gain some information about the area. Entering the area was too dangerous. Luo Feng would blindly enter himself. 16 million km away from the ice hell star, the universe space rippled, and the monkey appeared. He naturally activated his scanner. It's been too lonely following the master for so many years with nothing to do. There's finally something to do. Just what is this place? It seems dangerous. The monkey surveyed the area cautiously, using his consciousness to connect to the virtual universe, sending everything he saw to Luo Feng. Ice Hell Star. The monkey was clueless but brave. He had never heard of Ice Hell Star, and he didn't know just how dangerous it was, but he still flew in cautiously. 16 million km was very close. Even though he flew slowly, he got close within an instant. Who? Two beams of light shot out. 2 Sector Lord Dokus appeared, and these two extremely handsome Dokus were chatting and laughing, even though their gaze had passed the monkey. With the scanner blocking him, he was completely hidden. At least he was not visible to the naked eye. The 2 Dokus laughed and joked. They began to accelerate to light speed, after which they vanished into universe travel, heading to another area. Luckily they didn't discover me. However, Master sure is cowardly. The 2 punks should only be at Sector Lord level. I can easily kill them. He even made it so that I cannot attack anything. The monkey carefully began to fly into Ice Hell Star. Finally he entered the Ice Hell Star. Luo Feng stood hidden within the space belt, his consciousness connected to the virtual universe. Virtual universe primal region, within his villa. He has entered Ice Hell Star. He sat his desk, looking at the laptop before him. The screen displayed everything the devil shell monkey was sending. You can only depend on yourself now. Even I don't know where the black metal board is hidden. Luo Feng looked on. Ice Hell Star's temperature was extremely cold. The monkey landed on the surface. So cold it looked about, his mini scanner covering his area. What metal board does Master want, and where is it? This Ice Hell Star had a diameter of over 8,000 kilometers. Its surface was bare. Only vast pathways lay ahead straight into the depths of the star. Pick a route. The monkey chose a path and sneaked in, relying on the small scanner to look about. The deeper he went, the colder it got. After about 3,000 kilometers, it finally reached the end. Ah, the depths of this star is actually a palace. It blinked its eyes, and looked ahead. It was a completely purple and green mix crystal palace that was over 1,000 kilometers tall. A terrifying energy emanated from within. A terrifying warrior is within. The monkey gritted his teeth. Master Mazer, what should I do? It asked Luo Feng via the virtual universe. Activate your large scanner and control it to engulf the entire star, but avoid that palace. Other than that palace, scan everywhere else. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Master. It had no sense of disobeying, immediately activating the large scanner. Wang. It began to swiftly scan through the entire ice hell, other than the palace itself. It scanned everything. All the information was sent via the virtual universe to Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at his laptop and frowned. Ice Hell Star is very much like the Bug Clan mother nest, he said softly. All the areas within the star have nothing, it's simply all ice without a doubt. The black metal board should be within the palace. Devil Shell Monkey. Close the large scanner and activate your mini scanner and enter the palace. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, master. The monkey felt the strong energy from the palace, but it had no way to go. Against Luo Feng's order, he could only cautiously enter. The palace was too huge and empty, he couldn't see anyone. So cold. It flew slowly through the palace, not daring to fly too fast, in case he drew attention from the powerful warrior. Just where is it, black metal board, where is it? The monkey used his mini scanner to search about, just as he flew past one door. A formless ripple spread throughout the entire palace. Other race. An enraged howl resounded. A purple light almost instantly appeared before the monkey. Not good, the monkey was shocked. Activate your large scanner and scan the entire palace before fleeing, Luo Feng quickly ordered from the virtual universe. The monkey immediately did just so. He couldn't care less as he fled for his life. You think you can run? The purple silhouette pointed at the monkey. A purple beam of light shot out of his crystal-like finger, hitting the monkey. A layer of ice swiftly formed throughout its body, becoming a huge ice block. The monkey was completely immobilized within, its soul imprints completely frozen to the point it crumbled. It had fallen. Actually, the moment it became a soul slave, it was akin to having fallen. The universe was like that. The weak was the prey of the strong. Humph, the powerful purple silhouette snorted coldly. These other races. They all wish to get the Ice Hell Star Stone and the Ice Hell do an official. And yet he dared come here, become an ice statue. After which he waved his hand. A powerful energy flowed through the corpse within the ice as it flew straight into the corner of the palace. There were already tens of ice statues there. They were all other race undyings that had come here to explore the palace. They had all been frozen solid. Virtual universe. Luo Feng carefully examined the last scan, seeing the layout of the entire palace. This palace actually has Ice Hell Star Stone. Through the scan, he had detected a fingernail-sized translucent purple stone. The black metal board is stored in another location. Okay, luckily at ISNT. With the stone, Luo Feng thought, there were two renowned treasures within Ice Hell Star, making some desperate warriors take the risk, gambling it all on the treasures. As long as they managed to get one, they would rise again. The first treasure was the Ice Hell Star Stone, another was the Ice Hell Dew, of which one took extreme amounts of efforts from the green docus to create, while the other from the purple. These two were extremely valuable materials. They had special qualities. That fingernail-sized stone within the palace was worth about 2 trillion mixed elements treasure. However, the more valuable it is, the more dangerous the area. Luo Feng shook his head. Ice Hell Star is one of the top 6 most dangerous spots in the Black Flower region, especially with the 2 Doku Knights. They are extremely powerful. Even amongst knights, akin to the Tianshi Palace leader. The Great Being S test, sure isn't easy. This palace has obviously been refined by that undying Doku into a weapon. The moment anyone enters it would immediately sense. Luo Feng frowned. If I want to get the black metal board, I have to enter the palace, and yet, the moment I enter, I would be detected. Luo Feng stood hidden in space, gazing at the vast stars ahead, straight at that one ice hell star. I will definitely be detected if I enter the palace. That would mean death. Luo Feng frowned. He looked forward, recalling the 3 sector lords earlier. He immediately thought, and the Masha. Luo Feng appeared with black energies revolving about him. He became a 3-6m tall green Doku, giving off ice-cold energies. Natural ability clone. His life energy swiftly changed, becoming exactly similar to that green Doku earlier. As long as one doesn't specially scan my body, no one will be able to detect. This is one of the many plans, and the safest one with the highest chance of success. Let us hope it works. The Earth body and the Masha body looked at the distant ice hell star, after which, the Masha body became a beam of light. He quickly accelerated. The Masha body had the presence of the 20th level of the heavenly bridge. In terms of strength, it could completely suppress normal officials. Its high law comprehension allowed it to easily reach light speed. Chi. Universe travel. In an instant. About 6 million kilometers away from the star, he appeared. It was in his green Doku form. His life energy was similar to the one before. Naturally, he flew openly towards the star. He wouldn't be stupid enough to use a scanner to hide himself. Bei Fa, a voice resounded within his ears. Luo Feng was shocked, turning to look. A distant beam of light flew over. It was a purple, 3-2m tall Doku. It was obviously more detailed and fine than Luo Feng. It flew over excitedly. Bei Fa, you heard that teacher de la Sha caught another race warrior too. I only came here to pay my respects to him. Luo Feng thought fast and replied. Luckily, the language they used was the common demon language in the universe. Actually, due to the rarity of the special life forms, they all normally used common other race languages. Luo Feng could obviously use them too. As for his voice, he had heard the one before. Let us go. We can go see him together. The purple Doku grabbed Luo Feng's hand and flew downwards. Luo Feng could only follow. One green, one purple flying down. Luo Feng and made ample preparation before. He also knew that the relations between the Dokus was very good. They were special life forms, born with endless lifespans, and life forms that could reproduce endlessly had to become undyings. To achieve such a state, the long years of mingling together made it so that they valued every race member. As long as one died, even if it was only a sector lord punk, it would enrage all the Dokus. Even the 2 knights would come look for the murderer. However, the many explorers still killed many of them. The 2 held hands and followed the pathways of the ice hell star, quickly reaching the ice palace. Teacher de la Sha, Teacher de la Sha. The purple Doku dragged Luo Feng and flew straight in. Luo Feng could only follow. They quickly reached the dangerous region of the palace. A silhouette walked out. It was the one that killed the monkey earlier. Yawu, Bei Fa, you've come. De la Sha smiled. Nothing like before. He was warm and friendly, but Luo Feng was clear this was only towards its companions. If it discovered Luo Feng's identity, de la Sha would definitely turn vicious. Whereas that other race warrior, Wu Yi said, heading towards the ice Statues. Masha Luo Feng followed suit and looked at the ice statues behind. It's the demon race devil shell monkey, about official level strength de la. Sha pointed at the statue. Wu Yi dragged Luo Feng and headed over. Luo Feng followed and landed before the monkey-s statue. Ah, devil shell monkey, this is the first I've seen personally. Wu Yi's eyes gleamed. Bei Fa, you usually talk the most, why are you so quiet today? The purple silhouette reached Luo Feng in just one step, rubbing his braids affectionately. Luo Feng tensed up within, he let De La Sha rub his braids as Yu Wu said. Beside, I too felt that Bei Fa was boring today. Are you troubled? De La Sha continued to rub his braids. I'm just not in a good mood, I don't wish to talk about it, Luo Feng said. De La Sha looked at him affectionately, looks like Bei Fa is troubled, think about it properly, anything you cannot solve, you can talk to me, I will tell you. Luo Feng nodded, he could feel the strong bonds shared between the group. This was a very powerful bond. The information was true, the Dokas are extremely vicious against intruders. But amongst themselves, they are very affectionate. Any person who kills a Doka would be chased down by all the others, Luo Feng thought. You two can play here. De La Sha smiled, if you have any matters, come to the shrine to look for me. Okay teacher, Wu Yi said. Understood teacher, Luo Feng said. De La Sha smiled and turned to leave. Only then did Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief, the footage of when he killed the devil shell monkey earlier was terrifying. De La Sha was cold and murderous, now however, he was almost motherly. Luo Feng, didn't he know that when the universe evolved, it produced the special life form Dokas at different times, and not simultaneously. Some were produced earlier or later than the others, and it had been over 300 million years since the last one was born. De La Sha was one of the first 9 to be produced, trillions of years before Bei Fa, and Wu Yi strength-wise, he was also among the top 10, and it was his responsibility to mentor the weaker Dokas, hence Bei Fa and Wu Yi all called him teacher. Luo Feng looked at the ice statues before him, of which the monkey was in one. And there was a Lei Quan race warrior too, there was even a human warrior. They were all frozen, and their souls long frozen to death. What an interesting monkey. Wu Yi carefully examined the monkey for a while. This is the first time I've seen it in real life, I've only seen it in the virtual world before. Virtual world, Luo Feng thought. The virtual skills were considered a very normal technology in the universe. A small area can be called a virtual world, just like Earth back then, with the quantum computer they acquired from an ancient ship remains. They built the War God Shrine world. This was common technology, the hard part was expanding the area. A world that had an entire galaxy. One that had a star field, or a one whole territory of humanity, or the entire virtual universe. The larger the area, the harder it got. The Dokas have created a virtual world that covers the ice hell star area. This is indeed easy, acquiring many quantum computers from the generations of intruders should make this easy. Luo Feng understood. Bei Fa, let us head to the shrine to take a look. Wu Yi said the techniques teacher created are very complex. I'm not going, Luo Feng said, I wish to walk alone. Ah. Wu Yi nodded, right, the techniques he made are suited for us, not you all. Luo Feng was stunned for a while, before he realized she was referring to the green and purple Dokas. Then I'm going. Wu Yi happily skipped and vanished. My luck sure is good. Luo Feng relaxed. I wanted to find a way to move. Alone, I didn't expect to get the chance so easily. I'll head to where the black metal board is stored. He began to fly madly about the palace. Within the depths of the shrine, De La Shah sat crossed-legged on the ice floor, his formless god energy permeating throughout the entire palace. He smiled. Wuya S headed to the Technique Shrine. Bei Fa has gone to the 10,000-item shrine. Wuya sure is something. She knew that Bei Fa wasn't in a good mood, hence she didn't keep him company. Instead she headed off to the Technique Shrine. Bei Faisnt trained in our ways. It's okay, there are all sorts of items there from the other races. It'll help him cheer up. After which he closed his eyes and connected to the virtual world, chatting with other Dokus within. To the special life form, Dokus. Over the long periods of time, there were indeed many daring explorers that have come before. Even though 99 of them had been caught, there would still be lucky ones. This made it so that there would always be others that would come and try their luck after they are killed. The many treasures and items they carry with them were mostly useless to the Dokus. Normally they were all just used as decoration and toys. De La Shah had placed all these toys within a shrine and called it the 10,000 Items Shrine. The black metal board was located here as well. Within the shrine, Luo Feng turned casually and arrived there as the entire palace had been scanned in detail by the monkey before. He already had a clear idea of the construct of the place. Right now, it's just luck. He stepped in on the cold ground, his gaze fixed on a bunch of items before him. It was filled with everything: weapons, armors, special materials, etc. They were all placed randomly, and they weren't worth much, at least not to Luo Feng. Black metal board. Luo Feng waved his hand and moved the items to the side, looking at the black metal board buried below. The third metal board. He knew the moment he touched it that this was what he was looking for. Now it's up to luck. I have to leave the moment I take it, he thought. It'll take a while from the palace to get out of Ice Hell Star within this time. If De La Shah discovers something off, then I'll be in trouble. However, she shouldn't be too wary of her own race. I have a chance. And from the looks of it, seeing how the board is placed here casually, it's obviously not valued. Luo Feng didn't hesitate anymore. He kept the board in his world ring and headed out. So he flew within the palace, not too fast or too slow. As he headed out of the entrance of the palace, a voice resounded in his ears. Bei Fa, you are returning, not going to wait for Wuya. No, I wish to return. Even though he shook within, he still managed to say, I'll come visit teacher again soon. Go on, De La Shah said affectionately. Luo Feng couldn't care about anything else, quickly flying out and heading out of the Ice Hell Star. Even though he could teleport, it wasn't something he dared to do, because the moment he teleported, he would be discovered. This was something the Virtual Universe Company's information had stated. Even though he was in a rush, he had to continue flying. Ice Hell Star's virtual world. Within a vast plaza, De La Shah was sitting with 3 other Dokus, drinking wine and shaking his head. This child Bei Fa, I wonder what's wrong. When he came to me earlier, he seemed to be troubled, and I felt like there was some change. Maybe his confession was rejected. Another Doku laughed. At 1,000 Dokus, even though they were unable to reproduce, the green Dokus had always chased after the purple ones. Living together, the green ones were more numerous, and the purple ones were less also. The purple docus enjoyed living in solitude more, hence it was normal to face rejection. De la Shah, you said Bay Fa visited you and was troubled. I just saw him with Boya, and they were laughing happily, playing some battle games. Laughing. De la Shah's expression changed. The docus were pure, they wouldn't lie to each other. How could he have been troubled earlier and then gone to play battle games, laughing happily at the same time? De la Shah, who was sitting crossed-legged within the shrine, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression changed. A formless god energy swiftly spread outside, sweeping past Masha Luo Feng, who had just flown out the pathway of the ice. Hell Star, his spirit energy easily scanned through his body, discovering that the fake Bay Fa had a life crystal within. It's not Bay Fa. Intruder, his eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. Shua. De la Shah instantly teleported and vanished from the shrine, appearing before Luo Feng. Teleportation, this was forbidden within Ice Hell Star. Even though there were powerful docus that could do it, like De la Shah, they normally didn't use it, relying on universe travel to visit their friends. Because the quickest method used by intruders was teleporting. As long as the docus didn't use it, the moment they discovered a teleportation space ripple, it would definitely be an intruder. Other than that, when chasing down an intruder, they could all use it. In all, discovering a teleportation space ripple meant intruders, or a major situation. Intruder. An intruder is here. Within the many ice hell stars about, 10 powerful docus felt the space ripple. And within the 2 biggest ice hell stars, one with a diameter of 13,000 kilometers, and another with 96,000 kilometers, the terrifying knights lived within them. The special life form knights, they were terrifying from birth. Intruder. There's an intruder. The 2 knights instantly felt it too. As long as I fly out of this ice hell star and accelerate to light speed, I'll be able to escape. Luo Feng rushed out of the pathway and continued to fly. As he got close to the outer surface, a powerful air force similar to Earth's atmosphere rushed forward. He had to fly out to accelerate to light speed. Rumble. A powerful energy appeared in the air before him. It was the purple silhouette. De la Shah, filled with murderous intent, his eyes fixed on Luo Feng as he roared, "Intruder!" Luo Feng, who was flying out, saw the silhouette. His expression changed. De la Shah was filled with rage within. She didn't expect an intruder to disguise himself as one of her clansmen. She even rubbed his braids. This enraged her further. No mercy. Rumble. She teleported to the air above Luo Feng, looking coldly at the fake Bay Fa. Without saying anything, she pointed a finger at him. A purple light instantly shot at Masha Luo Feng. Luo Feng knew things weren't good. Shit, I've been discovered. Plan C. He immediately teleported. However, the purple light's speed was incredibly fast. It shot through his body, and a terrifying cold pierced his body, almost like it was freezing his consciousness. It couldn't be helped. The power of this beam was against the soul. However, it was completely useless against the Masha body, which was immune to soul attacks. So he vanished. What? She couldn't believe it. She had used her full strength to freeze the enemy's soul, yet he still escaped. She closed her eyes and sensed about connecting with the space ripples. However, Luo Feng's teleport was too far away, exceeding her area. De la Shah, don't make such a mistake again. Leave it to me. A booming voice resounded within her mind. Leader, he stole a black metal board. I know, leave it to me. Yes, leader, she nodded, feeling unjust within. Yet she still didn't think that the thief could get away as she teleported. The terrifying two knights had felt it even if she let the thief get away. With the two knights, any one of them could easily catch up to him. So, Masha Luo Feng appeared in the space far away before vanishing again. So, he appeared in the air above a continent before vanishing again. So. Madly teleporting about, every time over 1 light year away, as he didn't care about the dangers, and was simply fleeing as fast as he could. In the air above a continent, a powerful green silhouette stood in space, his eyes smiling. This punk sure is fast, however he only knows how to teleport. Compared to grasping the entire space laws, it's an entire different level. How can he escape? He began to sense the ripples, all about easily finding a spot where there were teleporting ripples. There. He flashed and began to hunt. Once one comprehended teleportation, whether it was a sector lord or emperor, the distance would all be about the same. It was a reflection of the comprehension of the space laws, communing with the space ripples, and teleporting via the ripples to a faraway location. Comprehending teleportation would allow one to usually sense up to 1 light year away in a particular direction. However, sensing in all directions, that was much more taxing, and the distance wouldn't even be one of working in one direction. Hence, as Luo Feng fled to La Sha had no way to guess where he teleported to. The knights, however, were different. Once one fully comprehends the space laws, the knight's teleportation was much more powerful. They could easily teleport over 1,000 light years, even sensing in all directions. They could cover over 10 light years in area. Luckily, Luo Feng teleported constantly, changing his direction over and over. It would take the knight quite some effort to catch him. Who? Masha Luo Feng appeared above a mountain range, his hands and feet landing. So, he once again vanished. A green silhouette appeared right after before vanishing again. One was fleeing while the other one chased. This punk is really not stopping. The green silhouette chased for 10 seconds before he got impatient, as they teleported 10 times per second, and he had originally wanted to easily capture this intruder. It was much harder. Now, he could only teleport after he detected where Luo Feng was. The moment he confirmed, he teleported. However, that time alone was enough for Luo Feng to get away. I'll have to use some energy. He stood in space, surrounded by little black mountains. There were many ship remains amongst the mountains. This was one of the dangerous regions in the Black Flower region. Of course, to the knights he couldn't be bothered. He unleashed his move. Rumble. A blinding green light shot out from his body. He instantly became a star, shooting lights in all directions. He gave off such powerful energy to disturb the space ripples about. With a knight's strength, he could control the entire space laws, allowing him to easily seal and disrupt space ripples. Just affecting the ripples was easy enough, but it had to be within a fixed area. He had burnt some of his undying energy, and his strength had soared to an unbelievable level. Wang. Almost like plucking a string, rippling throughout. The knight had used his full strength to disrupt the space ripples around, spreading over 10 light years. A light year was a huge area. In a normal fight, knights had no way to affect 1 light year in area. Even if it was simply affecting the space ripples, they still had to burn some Undying energy to effect over 10 light years. Amidst the mist. Masha Luo Feng was about to teleport when he turned and sighed. He clearly felt the space ripples affected, with broken lines all over, even though they would recover quickly, for now he couldn't teleport. Rumble. A powerful pressure extended over, covering the space, the area around. Naturally had its space locked down too. The powerful seal made Luo Feng immobile, almost like a full binding. Greetings, knight, Masha Luo Feng shouted. Return to your original form. I don't like killing my own clansmen. The voice boomed as the green silhouette appeared before him. He was about the same height as the other Dokus, but his pressure was much stronger. The willpower and strength he gave off shocked even Luo Feng. Since you want to kill me, why order me to do something? Luo Feng looked at the knight before him. The Green Knight looked at him. You sure got some guts as a Masha clansman. You aren't afraid of soul control? Yes, Luo Feng nodded. The Masha clansman didn't have a soul. Naturally it couldn't be controlled. This was the difference in life forms itself. Luo Feng had checked up on this long ago. He was clear on this. Speak, Masha genius. The knight looked at him. A sector lord, and yet you can teleport even amongst the Masha. You are definitely an absolute genius. But you came to us. What I'm curious about is, from the way you kept teleporting, you knew well you couldn't escape, yet you still did something so useless, forcing me to burn 01 of my undying body. You should know that doing so would only enrage me. Knowing there's no escape and enraging a knight, that's not wise at all. Yes, Masha Luo Feng smiled. Kill me, and you'll know the reason. Don't tell me. The knight gave off murderous energy, revealing a look of rage. He waved his hand and with a rumble, a formless slap smashed the Masha body, instantly reducing him to nothing. Even the normal world rings and devices etc. were all destroyed. Nothing. That black metal board, it's gone. The knight looked about. He had destroyed everything, and even amongst the fragments, he didn't find anything. His expression changed. Within the entire ice hell star, the other Dokus all didn't know the importance of the black metal board. However, only he and the other purple knight knew. I've been played, he raged. He must have placed it somewhere else when he teleported. In another area of the Black Flower region, thousands of light years away from Ice Hell Star, a living ship was floating. Within, Luo Feng stood in the control room, wielding the stone in his hand, smiling. I've got it. To get this 9-volume manual, he had come up with many plans. Just the Masha plan alone had 6 side plans, enough to deal with all sorts of predicaments. This plan C had taken in consideration the knight's not being willing to burn his undying energy. According to this plan, if the Masha body were to be discovered, immediately take the board and teleport away. After that, teleport over and over. The process had to be fast, no hesitation. Teleporting over and over. Even if the knight wanted to kill him, he wouldn't bear to burn his undying energy immediately. Only when he got impatient would he do so. However, in truth, within the mountain range from before, Luo Feng had arranged for a slave to be in a world ring there, hiding within. When the Masha teleported there and landed on the mountain, he would place a stone-like world ring there and teleport away. The Green Knight would keep chasing, not knowing that the slave had taken the ring away and gone through universe travel. After 10 seconds in the dark universe, they would have already reached a far enough place. I've got the item, time to leave. I lost an official devil shell monkey and the Masha body this time, however. It would just take some energy to reproduce him. Luo Feng wielded the stone and smiled. Suddenly, a cold energy engulfed the area. Luo Feng's expression changed, turning. A beautiful purple-robed demon stood behind him. Luo Feng was stunned. He knew just who this was. It was the other knight of Ice Hell Star, the purple Doku Knight. Purple Doku Knight. Luo Feng hated the fact that his plan still fell short. Now he was in trouble. He bowed slightly to express respect. Greetings, Purple Doku Knight. Little punk, you sure are impressive. The knight looked at him and smiled. Elusively, you actually managed to swindle the other knight and make him waste his time. No matter, I still couldn't escape from you. Luo Feng shook his head, after which he turned curiously to him. I wonder if you could explain to me how you managed to find me even after I got free from the Green Knight. The Purple Knight looked curiously at him. She didn't expect the mastermind behind the stealing of the useless black metal board to actually chat with her so casually. It was almost like he was speaking to his elder, wasn't he? Worried at all, worried that he would be killed, wasn't he? Worried that he would be made a soul slave. Purple Knight. Luo Feng was being stared down. Aren't you afraid I'd kill you, that I'll enslave you? The knight asked. At this point, I have no way to resist. What's the use? Luo Feng said. Interesting. The Purple Knight smiled. You little punk, you sent the Masha to steal, and he stole nothing but the useless special metal board. Even though it's special, it's still useless. De La Sha had the Ice Hell Stone. It's interesting you didn't go for that instead. My underling was useless. His perspectives were too low, and he knew too little about the treasures of the universe. When he saw the black metal board, he thought it was special and thought it was a treasure, hence he took it. Luo Feng shook his head, but he knew too the stone would be guarded well. He'd have no chance of stealing it. He is smart. If he went to steal the Ice Hell Stone, De La Sha would immediately suspect he was the fake Bay Fa. The knight nodded. I chanced upon this metal board back then, however after studying it for a while, I didn't find any use for it, hence I took it as a toy and passed it around. It finally ended up with De La Sha. Luo Feng was stunned. Toy. Indeed, the 9-volume manual within the metal board was limited by the universe laws. Only one person could use it to others. It was completely useless. The two knights probably didn't recognize its importance and took it as a toy. I wonder if the knight can release me. I'm willing to pay for my actions. Luo Feng bowed. This wasn't something he thought on the fly, but rather from the information he gathered from the virtual universe company. The two knights liked to collect treasures. Some intruders that had been caught had used treasures to exchange for their lives before release you. The Purple Knight looked curiously at Luo Feng. Seems right. That black metal board is but a toy. I'll sell it to you, but the cost will be small. Please speak. Luo Feng was gleeful within. There were pros and cons to the deal, but he didn't expect to get lucky enough to get to keep the metal board. Seeing your moves, your background must not be ordinary. The cost would. Naturally, her expression suddenly changed. She glanced at him and said, seriously, punk, you actually forced Green Knight to burn part of his undying body, and you've completely enraged him. It looks like I cannot let you go. Luo Feng's expression changed. He naturally knew that the Masha had completely enraged the Green Knight. Come with me. The Purple Knight didn't say any more. A formless space ripple spread throughout. So. There were 3 consecutive teleports, and each of them over 1,000 light years. When Luo Feng's sight finally regained stability, they had already reached an incredibly cold planet. He looked around. This vast ice planet had many ice hell stars in the sky. This is on an ice hell star, and it's an extremely huge one. It's where either of the knights live, Luo Feng thought. Whereas my ship, he was originally in the ship, yet now it was gone. Looks like they took my living ship away. Rumble. A powerful energy appeared in the air and stared down at Luo Feng. It was the Green Knight. Haha, you sure got humiliated, Purple Knight laughed. Humph, this human. The Green Knight landed and stared at him. You sent the Masha, whereas his main body, he actually sacrificed himself so easily. That must not be its main body. Green Knight, the Masha's real body is my friend, Luo Feng said. Respectfully, I specially got his help this time, and I already owe him a favor. How can I rat him out? The Purple Knight spoke. Beside, stupid, if you just say a special person. Like if this friend was the disciple of the huge axe founder, or the disciple of the primal chaos city leader. Anyway, any disciple of the super warriors of humanity. I wonder if he dare go take revenge, the Purple Knight mocked. Humph, the Green Knight stared at Luo Feng. Despicable. If I can just kill you like that, it would be too easy. Suddenly, in the distant space, ripples occurred. 10 silhouettes had come through. Universe travel. Over some were green while others were purple. They all landed down, and the numbers kept growing. More ripples kept appearing about. This is the one that acted as me. Bei Fa stared at Luo Feng. The one that did has already been killed. This is the mastermind, the Green Knight said. Leader is so powerful, killing that imposter and catching the mastermind. Bei Fa said excitedly. Beside him, the group of sector lords all stared at Luo Feng like he was some rare goods. The group of Dokus were all close and affectionate. Their treatment of the knights weren't how sector lords usually treated knights, with fear and respect. However, it was almost like respect for their grandfather. Leader, you killed that intruder. He even held my hand. Wu Yi seemed unhappy. That was an imposter, Bei Fa shouted. I'm the real Bei Fa. I know, Wu Yi said. The 100 Dokus all cheered. De La Sha stared at Luo Feng, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It was obvious he was still angry from being deceived earlier. 2 leaders, I wonder how you will deal with this human, De La Sha asked. Immediately, the rest of the Dokus all turned to the 2 leaders. The Green Knight looked at the Purple Knight beside. The Purple Knight laughed. You seem enraged, you decide. Humph, the Green Knight stared at him. We have to slowly destroy him, De La Sha. You will personally bind him, send him to the ice hell. Yes. Wah, ice hell. This intruder sure is unlucky. The ice hell is about to be opened again. The other sector Lord Dokus all cheered. Luo Feng's expression was ugly. He thought within, ice hell, it's just as I thought. As long as they don't kill me, they definitely lock me in the ice hell. There's still a chance I don't have to get the city leader's help yet. Why was this region called Ice Hell Star? The ice-cold planets, why not simply call them ice stars, instead, Ice Hell Stars? Why the word hell? It was because of a legendary place within the area that was Ice Hell. According to the information he had gathered, Ice Hell was a powerful special weapon similar to the sealed stars. It could lock up many warriors within. One of the 2 knights was in control of the weapon. Go de la Sha and the others stared at him. Luo Feng didn't he resist. He allowed himself to be chained. What a joke, de la Sha and the other two. Undyings were the top 10 warriors of the Dokas. Their god bodies were all 10 millions times stronger than a sector lordess with body and spirit energy. Amplification and etc. These three were all as strong as true yin. These were special life forms. Their basic genetics were much higher than humans, plus these three were the most exceptional of the Undyings naturally. They were extremely powerful. Before, the Masha had escaped because soul attacks were useless against it. And with its teleportation, even true Yen Wun Ti have been able to chase him. It had to be a knight with a full grasp of the space laws. Only such a warrior could have caught him. Within the dark universe, a ship was flying slowly. Within the control room stood Tian Chen. Within his world ring, Hal the golden-horned beast's huge body was lying there. Its internal world was producing another Masha body. Who? Black-clothed Luo Feng appeared beside Master Fu Shui, and the others bowed respectfully. Luckily, I left a back door, he said softly. I knew the great being's mission would be that simple, hence my main core had to absolutely stay safe. After all, the moment I fall, even if the primal chaos city leader reverse time and space to revive me, I wouldn't be able to have the Star Tower and other treasures. I'd also lose the 9-volume manual. Of all the plans, there was one simple prerequisite: the main core had to be safe. Hence, when the Masha body was in action, the Earth body had separated from the Beast's body. The Beast carried the main core, and Tian Chen and the others flying in the dark universe. No matter how my plans fail, at least the main core will be safe. The Earth body has the Tower Pearl guarding the soul, hence he cannot be soul controlled if a powerful attack hits, to protect the many treasures on the Earth body. I'll get the help of Teacher Black Cloth, Luo Feng thought. There's no need at the moment. The two of them haven't discovered my true treasures. They are simply locking me in the ice hell. The two knights obviously didn't know that this was but the Earth body of Luo Feng, even though he had the Sha Wu wings, the star map and Tower Pearl, which were all incredibly important. If he was forced into a corner, Luo Feng would call his teacher, the primal chaos city leader, to show himself, and he would be able to take his treasures away. The star map and Tower Pearl were almost considered true treasures. Even if the city leader discovered them, he wouldn't take them away. Hence, he was still grounded within. The only thing was calling his teacher was his last choice until he was in a dire crisis. He would never do so. Within the core of the Purple Knight's ice hell star, there lay a majestic ice palace over 10,000 kilometers tall. Both knights walked side by side within the palace. Actually, I really want to slap this human to death, the Green Knight said. Are you looking for death? The sitting mountain guessed. Just who is he? That's one of the strongest in the entire universe. If we offend him, even with the warriors we know, no one would be able to protect us. If you want to die, don't drag the clansman with you, the Purple Knight scolded him. The Green Knight smiled. I'm just saying, come on, we are both knights, what's more, we are among the most powerful of knights in the universe, yet we have to put on a show before this human. This was an order from Mountain Sitting Guest. We definitely have to follow them, and he even gave us quite a bit of rewards. The Purple Knight nodded. Back then, he had ordered for us to casually put the black metal board within an ice hell star, forbidding us from putting it on our stars awaiting in Intruder to steal it, he even said, as long as a flesh or blood life form stole it, we cannot kill him, we have to lock him in ice hell. The Green Knight frowned. That Masha was an energy life form. I killed it instantly, however. The mastermind was actually a human. Why do you think he gave such an order? The Green Knight asked. Isn't it obvious? He spent so much effort probably to nurture a strong warrior. The Purple Knight's eyes gleamed. This human should have been picked by him. Nurturing a disciple. The Green Knight shook his head. What a vicious teacher. He knew very well the rules of our ice hell, yet he still wants to send this human in. Even if his disciple is powerful, he should know what kind of warriors are within our ice hell. Vicious, the Purple Knight said. It could be a tough training if he can't get past this, and the human dies. It's akin to the sitting mountain guest. Killing him anyway, it's none of our business. The Green Knight nodded. The two chatted as they walked. However, this human was indeed crafty. Even I was fooled. How did you find the black metal board? The Green Knight asked curiously. When the sitting mountain guest gave the order back then, he said if some intruder managed to get away with the black metal board, so be it. Only if he was captured by us would he be sent to ice hell. Hee hee. The Purple Knight laughed. Quickly, tell me how you did it, the Green Knight asked. The Purple Knight smiled. Didn't he? The Masha teleport over and over with the board along the way. He disguised it as a rock in a world ring and placed it on a floating mountain range. That was when I took notice that another intruder took the rock and fled. I followed him and finally discovered the human. After observing him for a while, I confirmed that the mastermind was the human. Only then did I show myself. No, the Green Knight shook his head. I was chasing the Masha all the while. You didn't. He even chase, and the way he teleported, placing the ring on the mountain range, would have only taken an instant even when I teleported over. I didn't realize it. How did you, and how could you have caught up in time? The Purple Knight smiled mysteriously. Quickly tell me, he asked curiously. Very simple, she said proudly. I left a small imprint on the black metal board. No matter where it goes, I can sense it. We all have our own markers. I can feel you constantly changing your location. However, the black metal board stopped moving after a while, hence, I immediately teleported to where it was hidden. I observed the other intruder take it away and followed. You know what happened next? The Green Knight stared. You actually left an imprint. You left one on the board. Why not? She smiled. I've been very curious as to this entire plot set up by the sitting mountain guest. I wanted to see just who it was for. However, I was worried that he would get away without us knowing. To prevent that, I did this. Haha, he never once said we couldn't do this. What's more, he wanted us to catch the thief and send him to ice hell anyway. The Green Knight shook his head. He felt sorry for Luo Feng. He had actually gotten away, but because of the Purple Knight's curiosity, he got caught. Poor fellow, let us hope he doesn't die inside. He shook his head. Anyway, we cannot intervene whether he lives or dies. That'll depend on his luck. If he dies, he would have died under the sitting mountain guest's training. It has nothing to do with us. The Purple Knight shook her head. The sitting mountain guest ventures the universe in solitude. He is eccentric. Even the superpowers do not dare mess with him. It's indeed true he is eccentric. The Green Knight shook his head. Within the huge ice hell star, which was the Green Knight's home, it had a majestic pillar that was about 800 kilometers thick and over 10,000 kilometers tall. Who For silhouettes rushed down. It was De La Shah and the three powerful warriors that held Luo Feng captive. The space around them was completely locked down. It was obvious that one of them was maintaining the lockdown around them, preventing this crafty human from teleporting away. They didn't know that without the Masha body's help, his Earth body still had no way to teleport. That ice hell. Luo Feng gazed at the huge ice pillar, and unbelievable energy engulfed the area about, one that was no weaker than the sealed star. Right, that ice hell. De La Shah held on to him and said coldly, "You seem relaxed. You are about to locked up, and you probably want to get out even after a trillion years from the never-ending fear and horrors within, finally dying within, yet you aren't nervous at all." "I'm already captured, what's the use?" Luo Feng smiled. His main core was with the golden-horned beast far from the Black Flower region. It was within a slave-esque god country. As long as he called for it, they could teleport via god country over and take him away. Luo Feng gazed at the distant ice hell. The legend of the ice hell was the most renowned one within this area. It was said that even though the knights would kill the captured intruders, if they captured some absolute warriors or some special undyings, they would lock them within. Through the long periods of time and trillions of eras, nobody knows how many warriors were locked within. Their strengths within would naturally rise too. Plus the two knights had forced the captured intruders to kill each other. Training, killing, endless amounts of time within with such pressure it made the ice hell a madhouse. Unless I face a dire situation, I have no need to call my teacher. Also on my way to becoming a true absolute warrior, I hope never to have to call him. Luo Feng had long had this thought from his point of view. Being forced to call his teacher was humiliating. If he had the strength, he would do it alone. Growing along the way, even standing on par with his teacher, even surpassing him along this path, he didn't wish to call him at all. This were his own standards. A true warrior would never give himself excuses. De La Shah and the others grabbed onto Luo Feng and arrived before the ice hell. "Human," the Green Knight said fiercely, "even though you are quite strong, the weakest captured within are at least emperors. Without that amount of strength, the leaders wouldn't even bother locking them up within and being locked for unknown lengths, killing madly within. Let me give you some advice. If you fear all these, it's better to self-destruct. The darkness and madness within is not something you can take." "Ah, I am definitely anticipating it." Luo Feng smiled. "This is your tag." De La Shah tossed it casually. A purple and green ice tag was thrown to him, and on it were demon race numbers. Luo Feng received it. "This is my identity." Luo Feng was curious, thinking within, this almost feels like the number given to Earth prisoners. "Go on." De La Shah pushed him strongly. "Who?" Luo Feng was pushed straight to the edge, within 100 km of the ice hell. In an instant, rumble, a terrifying swallowing force engulfed him, almost like an endless whirlpool. Luo Feng immediately opened his wings, within trying to resist it. "Don't resist. If you do, you'll know the consequences." De La Shah and the others looked coldly at him. "Seems right." Luo Feng shook his head. This was the territory of two knights. They could teleport here immediately. "Then I'll go check this ice hell out." Luo Feng looked up at the source of the swallowing energy. A black cave had already split open from the ice hell. The many layers formed what seemed like a fan of leaves. Rumble. He was sucked right in. Rumble layers and layers of fan like leaves opened and closed, the huge ice pillar once again returned to its original form, and not a single trace of the slits was visible again. From then on, Luo Feng was locked in the ice hell. Enjoy yourself. Human de la Sha looked coldly at the ice pillar. Let us go, de la Sha. Let us go. They became beams of light and swiftly rushed into the sky. It was a vast ice world. After being swallowed, Luo Feng felt a terrifying force act on his body. It was almost like a majestic mountain had pinned him down with a flap of his wings. He withstood the force and floated in the air, gazing at the vast ice world. This is ice hell, he looked about. The space about seemed like it had trillions of unseen blades, causing the space to shake occasionally. This is indeed a true treasure. It frequently shakes the space, making it impossible to teleport via God Country. Luo Feng had expected this. Any true sealing treasure would definitely suppress God Country teleportation. The requirements to teleport via God Country were harsh. It had to be within a steady space. During battle with the ripples of energy all around, one couldn't teleport via God Country. And I cannot teleport here. Luo Feng sensed the space ripples in here were completely cut off from those outside. Even with the Masha body, I cannot most teleport within ice hell. I cannot teleport out. This is pretty similar to the forbidden space within the Star Tower. Star Tower had countless forbidden spaces, and the warriors could only teleport within each space, but not out or to another. Unable to teleport via God Country or normal teleportation, all the while feeling like the weight of a mountain was on him. This was what Luo Feng felt when he entered ice hell. The only thing he could be happy about was that he could connect to the virtual universe. Impressive. I've been in the Star Tower, Demon Mountain, Primal Universe, Blood River world anyway. Everywhere I've been to has allowed me to connect to the virtual universe. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim this virtual universe truly was omnipotent. Even within a true treasure, one could still connect. Master, the space around is too special. The large scanner cannot function properly. The mini scanner can still work properly. Babada's subsidiary AI reported the problem to him. Luo Feng nodded. The mini scanner was much more advanced than the large one. It could still be used in ice hell. For the Green Knight to lock me in here for an indefinite amount of time, it shouldn't be that simple, right? Luo Feng landed on the snowy ground. He took several steps, each one over 1,000 kilometers long. I'll explore this area and see why he actually locked me in here. As he walked within, the footsteps he left behind finally drew the attention of another warrior within. Claw marks. What claws are these? A blurry black silhouette landed on the snow. None of the warriors in ice hell should have these. Is there a newcomer? He, my chance has come. This ice hell sure is vast. Luo Feng suddenly stopped, looking around. The binding is too strong. My spirit energy can only cover 10,000 kilometers in area. Hence, I can only check a small portion of it at a time. I've already walked 100,000 kilometers, yet I still can't see the end of the snow and mountains. Just like a marble-sized little sealed star has its own forbidden space within, or a world within a world ring. This ice hell, as a true treasure of the Green Knight, had a space that far exceeded its outer appearance. He took a deep breath, the chill entering his chest as he stride out. Again. It was said that there are many warriors within. I don't believe I can't even Meet one, he continued forward. He left many footprints in the snow, every one of them over 1,000 kilometers apart. A normal human had no way to even track him, however to the strong, over 1,000 km was a simple step. Master, ambush. The mini-scan swiftly sent out a warning. Rumble. Luo Feng flapped his wings, causing the space around to shake as he flew up. A black beam of light shot right past him and landed on the snow. Luo Feng looked down from high above. There sat a cross-legged black life form. It had a body length of over 8 m long, but its tail was even longer than its body. It had long fangs and eyes that were burning with black flames. It stared at Luo Feng, and its body covered in black scales. Soul-swallowing beast. Luo Feng was stunned. The soul-swallowing beast was an incredibly rare creature of the universe. Just like the golden-horned beast and Masha, which were rare as well, this was comparable to the Masha. Such a rare beast had its own natural abilities, and it had two. Human, you actually recognized me. A hoarse voice resounded from the beast. To actually meet a soul-swallowing beast here in Ice Hell, haha, we have some fate. Luo Feng smiled and descended, landing on the snow. He smiled at the beast, which was filled with killing intent. Beast, I just entered Ice Hell. I wonder if you can explain to me the situation here in Ice Hell. Arrogant human. The beast howled and sprung forward, fast as lightning. Within Ice Hell, which had the powerful pressure, it was already much slower than before. However, its current speed was still shocking. Luo Feng flapped his wings and easily dodged. I'm willing to chat with you, why fight it out? Luo Feng laughed easily. The beast, however, howled hoarsely and vanished. Teleportation. Luo Feng squinted. Behind him, the beast appeared once again and opened its huge mouth to bite him. However, Luo Feng detected it and flapped his wings, stopping the bite. Ka, the beast bit hard on the Sha Wu wings, feeling the force of the G-grade metal. Soul Blade. Luo Feng turned to face the beast. His powerful willpower became a spirit energy blade. Infusing it with the beast god presence, he slashed it straight at the beast's soul. A simple soul attack. Even though he wasn't exactly very proficient in soul attacks, his willpower and consciousness were indeed strong enough to control such moves with precision. Unleashing a powerful illusion may still be very difficult, but a simple soul attack wasn't that bad. Simply infusing the beast god presence in, even though his soul blade construction skills were considered crude, but his beast god presence had reached an incredibly high level. His move wasn't weaker than a pinnacle Emperor Soul Master's attack. Wang, the beast was stunned immediately by the attack. Luo Feng waved his left hand. 6 black balls shot out, hitting the stunned beast's body without any resistance. The first ball tore through its bones and muscles, the second one caused it to explode apart, while the others swirled within, dissipating the fragments that remained. Who? The beast simply vanished. Vanished. Luo Feng's expression changed. He didn't regenerate or teleport. How did he just vanish? I didn't even use the Fei-Mo poison. Teleporting required one to reform his body first. When a warrior was slashed into parts, the parts were unable to teleport on their own. To vanish after being reduced to fragments usually meant one thing: the main body of the beast was far away. That way, even if its god body was destroyed, the scattered undying energy had its imprint long ago. It would naturally return to its main body. Is this doppelganger? Luo Feng thought. This is just one of its doppelgangers. The soul-swallowing beast had two natural abilities. The first was the terrifying attacking move Soul Swallow. The second one was its terrifying fleeing ability, Doppelganger. The body formed from this ability, in terms of strength, was far from the main body. It was so weak it couldn't even use its first ability. However, it at least knew the laws. As long as the main body did, so would the doppelganger. After being ambushed once, Luo Feng continued forward. He didn't expect that the soul-swallowing beast would ambush him another 2 times. The second time it had used a soul attack, with Luo Feng's terrifying willpower and the beast god howl. He easily withstood it. He didn't even need the Tower Pearl's help. The third time, the beast used illusions, which was still ineffective. Luo Feng used the same methods to deal with him. Using the stars from Star Map, he easily killed the beast. Master, that beast is using his doppelgangers to attack you over and over. He is obviously testing your strength. If you aren't too much of a threat, his real body would probably show itself. If you are too strong, he would carefully avoid you. He sure is crafty, Ji Hong said within the world ring. Master didn't even show his strength or use the Fei Mo poison, Honed Heart said. Luo Feng brought 2 warriors within his world ring. The others all followed the golden-horned beast's body. Honed Heart was a soul master. Ji Hong carried the ancient clock. With the 2 combined in dire times, they could easily change the outcome of the battle. When Luo Feng was planning how to steal the black metal board back then, he had considered what would happen if he was caught. Hence, he left 2 warriors to protect his earth body. His earth body, after all, had no way to burn undying energy. This was the biggest difference between him and the other warriors. Without burning undying energy, he could win against many. The moment they burnt their undying energy, he would be disadvantaged. I'll patiently wait for him. Let us see if he shows himself. Luo Feng continued to walk in the snow. He believed that there were other warriors around. The Green Knight's words before and Allah Shah's warnings, they state that ice hell is terrifying. Just which part of it is terrifying? In the snow grounds over 100,000 kilometers away from Luo Feng, a black silhouette lay hidden. This human can't seem to teleport, but he is still very strong. Even though my doppelgangers only have a portion of my strength, he killed them so easily. He is at least Pinnacle Emperor. It's better to let the other punks deal with this guy first. The silhouette vanished. Luo Feng continued to walk unhurriedly, enjoying the scenery. That soul-swallowing beast is not coming. I only showed a little of my strength, and yet I scared him away. He sure is cautious, Luo Feng continued on. He had been walking in a straight line for close to 10 million km, yet other than that beast, he hadn't discovered anyone else. His eyes gleamed. In the distant ice mountain peak, there stood a silhouette. The 2 of them stood 100,000 kilometers away from each other, but with their vision, as long as there wasn't anything obstructing, they could easily see each other. The silhouette turned to face him. He had a huge god body covered in fur, and his vertical eyes stared straight at Luo Feng. K2 race, Luo Feng thought. The K2 race were one of the subsidiary races under the demon race. They were renowned for their cold-heartedness and ferocity. When Luo Feng confirmed the K2 warrior on the distant peak, he knew that a bloody fight was imminent. Hua, the warriors instantly became a beam of light, leaving a resplendent silhouette as he rushed straight at Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood there and looked up at him, rushing over, patiently waiting. The two of them got closer and closer. The K2 warrior's eyes were filled with madness and killing intent. This made Luo Feng display the same. The warriors trapped in ice hell, why are all of them so direct in attacking their enemies immediately? Wang. The K2 warrior unleashed space lockdown, making it impossible for both parties to teleport. Luo Feng smiled within. This K2 warrior probably didn't he know how to teleport. In truth, he himself couldn't he either, hence, there was no need for space lockdown at all. Human, die, the warrior roared, either one of us will die today. Rumble. A terrifying force rushed from the K2 warrior. Luo Feng, who had been calm all this while, was shocked, burning his undying body. He's mad. Even if he wanted to fight me to the death, he needn't he have burnt his undying energy before even finding out my strength. Burning too much at once requires a long time to recover. Xiao Luo Feng flapped his wings and swiftly dodged the attack from the K2 warrior. K2 warrior, I haven't met you before, why have you burnt your undying energy without even knowing my strength? Even if you want to kill me, if I was weak, wouldn't you have wasted your energy? Luo Feng communicated. Hua. A ferocious blood-colored blade slashed through the air. Luo Feng dodged it easily. Xiao Luo Feng used the Shawu wings to dodge over and over. This K2 warrior before him was about pinnacle emperor level. The moment he burnt his undying energy, Luo Feng had no way to match force with him. He could only dodge more and let him burn more of his energy. Even after burning my undying energy, my speed still cannot match yours. The warrior seemed to be lost in his madness. Human, if you are strong enough, fight me head-on. Even if I die, let me die from a head-on fight. K2 warrior, do you think I'm stupid? Luo Feng easily dodged over and over. The K2 warrior was incredibly powerful after burning his undying energy, but it was pointless. He couldn't he even touch Luo Feng. If the warrior had heard of Blade River's name, he probably wouldn't he have done something so stupid, but it was obvious. The warriors locked in ice hell probably didn't he even know of Blade River. Haha. The K2 warrior suddenly looked up and laughed loudly, his laughter rippling in all directions like a shockwave. He stood in midair, not chasing anymore, and laughed. Ha 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 ha. He seemed mad even though he simply stood there and laughed. What shocked Luo Feng was that he continued burning his undying body, not stopping at all. K2 warrior. Luo Feng spoke. Ha ha ha, this is fate, it's fate. The K2 warrior looked up and laughed. I've grown all this while, when I was young, I was even a genius until I became an emperor and got powerful enough. However, I was trapped in ice hell. After the moment that happened, I would never escape, spending the rest of eternity in here. My race has probably long forgotten about me. My loved ones are probably all dead. I guess only a few of my friends are alive. I cannot leave. Wasting so much time, and I still have to battle with all you punks, killing to survive. Haha, never relenting over a trillion eras. I cannot take it anymore. Old blind, soul swallowing, you can all struggle, I'll be taking my leave first. His voice resounded in all directions. The K2 warrior looked at the shocked Luo Feng. Human, I wanted to die in a mad battle. I didn't expect to not even get that chance. Are you just giving up? Luo Feng asked. What else can I do? Human being in ice hell is the greatest torture. He shook his head. Unless you have an absolute being in your race that favors you and will come take you away personally, otherwise, there's no hope of ever getting out. My race has probably long forgotten about me. I'm leaving. Release. He exploded his body, and a huge sun was generated from the blast, as endless energy shot in all directions. He didn't even care about the human beside him. He was already lost in despair as to whether the human survived the blast. He couldn't even be bothered if he died, so be it. That would be a release for the human too. Deep in the ice mountains, the soul-swallowing beast sat cross-legged, hearing the voice that spread throughout ice hell. Its fierce eyes shook with some hurt within. Old friend, are you just giving up? If you wanted to die, why don't you die by my hands? That way I'd have a chance of leaving. The beast's hoarse voice resounded within the cave. Over 1,000 kilometers deep in a snow cave, a wriggling silhouette sat cross-legged. It had a human-like head. His eyes were closed as he sighed. He's free in a majestic palace deep in the oceans of ice hell. Another idiot has given up. Good, good, good. The more the merrier. The more dead the better. That way my chances of leaving are higher. Go and die, you idiots. The many warriors locked for endless ages within ice hell all either felt hurt, laughed, or were indifferent. They had different reactions, but no one was shocked, because this type of suicidal incidents had happened many times before. The energies flowed madly about in mid-air. Luo Feng gradually opened his wings that wrapped around him. Floating in mid-air, he looked at the world ring, weapons, armor, etc. that the K2 warrior left behind. Suicide. Anyone able to reach Emperor level should all have strong willpower, which one doesn't have their own beliefs to actually be forced to suicide. Luo Feng muttered the words from the warrior before rang in his ears. He slowly began to understand why he did so. The K2 race is a weak race. Even a strong demon warrior here cannot contact their race, much less a subsidiary race like the K2, Luo Feng said softly. They don't have the virtual universe and have no way to make contact. They can only stay in here and suffer. Killing is the main thing in ice hell. After endless time, solitude, trapped and being unable to make contact, the endless killing and battles 1 year, 100, 10,000 years, he finally crumbled within. Luo Feng thought this was the battle against solitude, and time against time. If one was forever in solitude, even an emperor would crumble. What's going on? Luo Feng was indeed shocked by the suicide of the K2 warrior. He no longer had the patience to walk about slowly, immediately becoming a beam of light and flying in the skies. Xiao. He shot across the skies. He constantly recalled and pondered what happened before. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. I was able to even withstand the life or death inheritance back then, but that was only over 6,000 years, yet every second and year became increasingly difficult. However, I stuck to my beliefs. If I was in the same situation as that K2 before, knowing my loved ones were long gone, would I be able to persevere for trillions of eras in ice hell? He asked himself. Could he do it? Yes. Definitely, he nodded. He would definitely leave and find a way to revive his loved ones. If he couldn't, he would take revenge on the Green Knight, as it was the night that took away his precious time with his family. Strength. The Green Knight is strong, who is able to lock so many powerful warriors in here for his game. Luo Feng thought if any of them managed to Become a knight in here, the Green Knight would probably immediately eliminate him. Luo Feng flew in the skies. Below him was an endless snowy plain, with ice mountains all around. He finally saw a transparent huge ice tablet. The tablet was majestic, and on it carved were demon language words. No wonder, he read the words and muttered, "What a vicious Green Knight." The characters etched on the ice tablet were divulging the only living chance within all of Ice Hell. Since the last massacre, Ice Hell has detained 12,000 undying of the barbarian race, each of whom has an identification tag. Anyone who can gather 10,000 tags will be able to leave Ice Hell safely, whereas those who can't will be killed. This is what it means by massacre. There was a massacre before, and there was one powerful man of the human race left the Ice Hell in one piece. Barbarian races, uttered Luo Feng. This is your only chance to survive. Fight and take others' tags if you want to get out, and only one of you will be able to make it. Each character contained an incredible and terrific godly power, and that stress struck the surroundings continuously like a billow. Even knights couldn't subdue Luo Feng, let alone the characters left by them. How cruel this Green Knight is, Luo Feng whispered, by giving a glimpse of hope to the detainees, while depriving them of all the other chances. Only one out of the 12 undying can get out, whereas all others will be killed. The strong are unreconciled to surrender to the fate, and they fight that s. How it came to be one slaughter after another, full of maliciousness, and that's why there were breakdowns after constant failures, which led to suicides. The Purple Knight and the Green Knight had detained those undying who adventured among Ice Hell stars in eternity, or souls with some special skills. It was likely that all the powerful who had some solid background or were valued by their clans had been taken away by the superior races, whereas those who were detained here had no connections. The clans forgot about them. The only thing they could do was to struggle. Only one will win, Luo Feng sighed in his heart, and I can't even know for sure that the one who got out actually survived or was killed by the Purple Knight the moment he stepped outside. Ice Hell couldn't detain the real geniuses like Kudi, Luo Feng, Seven Blade Emperor, and Life Fall Emperor, who were especially valued by their own clans, and had emergency help. The supreme creatures of the clans, like the masters of the universe, would come pick them up. The Purple Knight and the Green Knight didn't have the guts to disobey the masters of the universe. Masters was Shan Ku, Luo Feng murmured, it's not typical of you to give me such a dangerous but useless task, to steal the black metal from here. Ice Hell is what you want me to experience. You want to let me feel the struggles of the powerful. You want to make clear to me the fundamental rule of the universe, the law of the jungle. Luo Feng continued, muttering to himself. Luo Feng stood in front of the ice tablet silently. On the snowfield 70,000 kilometers away from Luo Feng, following a noise that sounded like chi, 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 a transparent leaf gradually appeared from within the snow, facing the direction of Luo Feng. Human, it's human, the only human in Ice Hell. He must have the machine to connect to the virtual universe, possibly an anonymous connector. The powerful one deep in the snow was thrilled because the previous soul swallowing beast was reluctant to fight Luo Feng, while the dead powerful one of the Ka-Tu clan wanted nothing but death. Anonymous account, the virtual universe that belongs to a human. The powerful one deep in the snow couldn't suppress his desire. It was too lonely for him to stay in Ice Hell, while the anonymous connector used by Humans could be used by them as well to the powerful ones in Ice Hell. It was definitely a treasure worth fighting for, as it could placate their loneliness. Kill him, I want to connect to the virtual universe. A blurry, transparent figure 80 meters tall suddenly jumped out of the snow. Following his teleportation, it vanished in the air. Luo Feng was still standing in front of the enormous ice tablet when a strange, 80-meter-tall creature resembling a 30-story skyscraper suddenly appeared behind him. It was covered with leaves, which were transparent like glass. Its thick vines held a long, black chain with a call that sounded like "Hua la la." The black chain came winding toward Luo Feng like a fiercely dancing snake. Lu Feng opened his wings, leaving a locust with twists, and flew behind the creature. The chain fell to the snowfield instead of winding around Luo Feng. The land trembled with chasms, but the ice tablet remained intact. Human, the transparent creature roared, it's useless to run no matter how fast you are. Hoo. The black chain reached its speed limit with a halo around it at the time. Luo Feng saw nothing but countless illusions of the chain at this point. Luo Feng could but admit that when the opposite side was giving its best, his flight and arm speeds were, indeed, relatively slower. Hang. 6 black balls, with fuzzy purple halos, appeared around Luo Feng's palms. He threw them out randomly. Hell. The law engravings on the 6 black balls became a plethora of golden threads, triggering the universe origin law all at once. Suddenly, a phantom of a several hundred-meter-long beast god appeared in the sky, storming toward the transparent creature with its attacking claw. The creature wasn't careless, and it controlled its chain to defend against the beast. Ping. The claw of the beast god whacked the black chain away. The chain fell onto the snowfield afar, cracking the whole field, and the chain slipped into the depths of the field. Hell. The beast god was bellowing, beating the creature's body with its claw directly. Shwa. The transparent creature vanished and dodged the attack. It reappeared behind Luo Feng and tried to grab him with its thick arm under the leaves. Space lock. Luo Feng turned on the arm of locking sky on his armor, after which the fluctuations in the space stopped suddenly. The characters of the aboriginals living on Yanji land were looming in the air, and at the same time, Luo Feng vibrated his wings and pulled a move from Moon Policy. His wings cut like blades. The transparent creature felt its arm being slashed by a bizarre strength. Hua. A transparent arm fell onto the snow from the sky. Dai. Luo Feng looked at the creature from afar, and the beast god was marching toward it, roaring. The living being brayed and tried to escape by going underground. Meanwhile, it waved its chain to stop the beast god. However, Luo Feng's power, with his spiritual force, could match that of the top of Emperor-level Undying, and together with the star map, even the best Emperor-level monsters were not his match, not to mention this transparent creature which just entered the apex of Emperor-level. Ping. The beast god whacked the black chain again and grabbed it with its claw. Slice. The claw thrust into its body, with the 6 balls covered with Famo venom injected inside. No, the creature screamed with great despair. It was one of the least powerful ones among the survivors in Ice Hell, but it was still extremely resistant to harm. For one, it had the power of teleportation, and it had a gigantic body. Even with his body burning rapidly, he could persist much longer than other creatures. However, half of its godly body was destroyed the moment the 6 black balls went through it. Shoo shoo shoo. The 6 black balls turned into 6 traces of light and flew back to Luo Feng's hands, after which they disappeared. Human, the creature said as it looked to Luo Feng. You should know that half of your body is gone, said Luo Feng, and although he said it this way, he was awed by the creature's vitality. After all, the 6 poisonous pearls could only destroy 30% of the limit emperors, where it damaged barely 50% of this more fragile peak emperor. Luo Feng looked at the transparent creature. You can only use 1/10 of your strength now, he said, and you're not even my match. It gazed at Luo Feng in the snow. Human, say whatever you want to say. I admit that I'm not your equal and you're faster than me, so there's no chance for me to escape. I'm all yours now, but you have to understand, hardly anyone is afraid of death in ice hell. I'll self-destruct if I'm rendered with no choice. I just saw one that exploded, Luo Feng said, smiling faintly, so don't try to blow yourself up, as it won't pose any danger to me. However, I do have something to ask you now, and if you answer honestly, I can spare your life. Spare my life, the creature found it impossible to believe. I always keep my promises. Luo Feng landed on the ground and said, I've already given you a chance, don't you waste it. Ask, human, it responded. What kind of creatures are you? Luo Feng asked him pointedly. I know almost every creature in the universe. He wondered how there was another species he didn't know of. If it were a special life, it would make sense. However, it didn't fight like one. I'm from the Songjing clan, the creature answered, and it's one of the botanic creatures, but I met with a mishap when adventuring in the secret area of the universe, and I turned into this, after mutation. Mutation? Luo Feng was dazed. Actually, black warriors who used blood river crystals and therefore had their genes and body shapes changed went through a process similar to mutation. 9 Dome Tome, for example, could help genes experience one great leap after another, but comparatively, it was more refined, so it didn't leave any visible change on the outside. I'll ask you again, Luo Feng said, why did you come and try to kill me without knowing you'd succeed? Human, the creature of the Zhangjiang clan answered with a deep voice, you should know that, although most of the creatures trapped in ice hell have a strong desire for survival, they've lost their prudence after being here for such a long time. To some extent, they might lust for death. That's why they fight the strangers without knowing their power, because there's no downside to it. Don't compare the circumstances of the outside world to those of ice hell. There are extremely powerful creatures in ice hell, and some of them are special. All of them are able to survive the infinite time peak. Emperors like me don't even stand a chance, and we're struggling because we don't want to give in. The creature looked at Luo Feng. As for me, it continued, I came to kill you because I want that anonymous sensor. I want to sense the virtual universe. I want to feel the world outside. Sensor? Luo Feng was bewildered. Loneliness, the creature said, staring at Luo Feng, grappling between life and death for countless eras with no end in sight. Can you even imagine how luxurious it is to enter the virtual universe? Luo Feng nodded. After hearing what it said, he could understand how much those powerful ones who were detained for countless eras wanted to enter the virtual universe, as he saw and reunited with his family when he was adventuring in the universe. The virtual universe made Luo Feng feel as if it were reality, and he believed that those detained here had the same desire. Do you have an anonymous censor? The creature of Songjiang clan suddenly asked. Luo Feng was stupefied. I'll do anything for you if you let me enter the virtual universe and get in touch with the outside, the creature continued. I don't have one, Luo Feng said, shaking his head. The creature was left in despair. Luo Feng didn't show any empathy because he knew that nobody could ever know that he had the censor. If they did, he would become the common enemy too. Everyone in Ice Hell and those powerful ones would conspire to attack him. Luo Feng was not that stupid. Let me ask you one more thing. Luo Feng looked at the giant creature in front of him. Do you all believe that you can make your way out if you get 10,000 tags? I do, of course, I do. The creature looked more vital. The Green Knight said it long before, in public, that he would not play us, and anyway, we have no choice but to trust him. Luo Feng frowned. How was Ice Hell in the past eras? How many have survived? How powerful are they? Killing, backstabbing, intrigue. One can do anything for that slight trace of hope. The creature gave an ear-piercing laugh. Humans, the powerful ones in Ice Hell, were much more ruthless than those outside. Some are even willing to perish together. Luo Feng recalled the powerful one of the Ka-Tu clan and how it had blown itself up. It did have the intention of fighting Luo Feng and had wanted to perish with him. However, it couldn't even touch him and didn't even care whether or not Luo Feng was beside it when it committed suicide. As for powers, the creature went on. The potential of the powerful ones could be stimulated under extreme pressure. Since the Infinite Era, 860 powerful ones have survived. 860. Luo Feng sighed, because it meant that 11,000 undying were dead. Everyone was pushed to the edge, the creature said, and that's why those who come from a strong bloodline have an advantage among the 860 survivors. Peak emperors and high-level emperors were the least powerful, and high-level emperors can do nothing but hide. As for peak emperors, they have the guts to fight, but they're in the bottom 800. Also, there are 50 limit emperors on top of that. There are 10 who are almost as powerful as invincible emperors, and 5 who are, indeed, invincible emperors. Let me show you something. It waved its enormous arm, after which, a huge ice tablet fell from the sky. Luo Feng took a look. It was 10-meter-tall ice tablet, on which were thickly dotted demon race characters. This is the ranking of the powerful ones in Ice Hell. The Song Jiang creature groaned. It was too lonely and dull to stay in Ice Hell, and it was impossible to practice at ease, because you can be attacked at any time. During the infinite amount of time spent here, the ranking is one of the few things that pique our interest. One of the invincible emperors, Sky Wolf, ranked everyone according to their strengths. How is it possible to rank everyone? Luo Feng said, scowling. When two are equal, it's difficult to tell which one will prevail in a fight. Of course, we know, said the creature. However, the ranking by Sky Wolf is credible, and it's based on all the combat that has taken place in Ice Hell. Although they're hopeless, getting into the top 100 or top 50 is an improvement for them. Don't you think it's pathetic? We're so lonesome that we're fixated on the ranking. The creature laughed, with its body trembling. Luo Feng looked at the ranking on the tablet. It is good of you to defeat me, the creature continued. However, those terrifically powerful ones are very strong. Neither the 5 invincible emperors nor the 10 that come close are easy to deal with, and you, as a newcomer, will surely be subjected to one sneak attack after another unless You can defeat the limit emperors and prove yourself, you will endure it. Forever. Luo Feng nodded. Go, he said. You're really letting me go, the creature couldn't help asking. Luo Feng looked at him. I'll change my mind if you don't. I'll give you a suggestion, human, said the creature. Don't have any form of kindness here, or you'll only end up with misery. The creature's voice echoed in the sky while he escaped using teleportation. Luo Feng had already undone the space. Luo Feng looked at the tablet on the ground and remembered everything on it. With a glance, he then put it into the world ring. As for the advice from the creature, he didn't take it to heart. The powerful didn't change their personalities just because of a line from others. Creature of Ka-Tu clan, ranked 732, Luo Feng mumbled. Creature of Tsang Jiang clan, ranked 611. Soul-swallowing beast, ranked 102. He realized that the creatures of the Ka-Tu clan and the Tsang-Jiang clan, whom he had defeated, were ranked at the bottom, whereas the soul-swallowing beast was ranked high because of its gift. Luo Feng had a clear picture of Ice Hell by reading the passage on the tablet. In the center of Ice Hell was Ice Sea. There were 5 districts in Ice Hell: Ice Sea, Eastern Ice Hell, Western Ice Hell, Northern Ice Hell, and Southern Ice Hell. The 5 invincible emperors had their own manners and would fight each other only under uncommon circumstances. 3 of the invincible emperors are special creatures, Luo Feng muttered to himself. One of the remaining 2 is from the Xian clan, the other is this Sky Wolf from the royal demon race. The golden horned beasts were 10 times stronger than humans. The bodies of human peak emperors were 100,000 times more forceful than those of sector lords, whereas the bodies of the beast were 1,000,000 times more forceful. Nevertheless, the weakest special creatures could match the level of golden horned beasts, not to mention the ones in Ice Hell. The weakest special species was 60 times as forceful than human beings, and the strongest was 200 times as forceful. Putting aside other amplitude scrolls, the strongest one out of the 3 peak emperors was 20,000,000 times more forceful than sector lords. How unbelievable! The Xian clan was a scarce race in the universe and was comparable to the Mo Sha clan. They were 10 times more forceful than humans. Sky Wolf, on the other hand, was the least gifted one and was 6 times more forceful than humans. In short, the 5 invincible emperors were highly gifted, per se, and after an infinite amount of time of torture, every one of them had tremendous powers. 3 special creatures survived Ice Hell, and all of them became invincible. Luo Feng sighed. Special creatures are indeed almighty. The constitution of human bodies is comparatively weaker, and it was more difficult for them to reach the invincible level. Luo Feng gradually realized the disadvantages facing the human races in the universe. Humans were barely mediocre when it came to body constitution. However, a few of the supreme beings that could shake the whole universe came from the human race. Luo Feng built an underground residence in the snow beside the ice sea. He was practicing there temporarily. According to the ranking on the tablet, each of the invincible emperors is as powerful as my teacher, True Yan Emperor. Luo Feng whispered. I'm not capable enough to get 10,000 tags, but it's a good thing. I'll treat it as a chance to steal myself, after which I'll defeat them one by one. Only then will I walk out of Ice Hell. As for Purple Night, it doesn't matter whether it means to let me go or not. If it wants to toy with me, I'll summon my teacher, Burgrave of Chaos City. I'll make it lose everything. Luo Feng closed his eyes and cleared his mind while everyone else was busy trying to get out of here. Luo Feng would treat it as a practice field. A 3-meter-high red creature, covered with bony spurs, marched through the snow. It wore a scarlet mask, and the 10,000 square kilometer area was engulfed in fire. Under the hefty law, everywhere it touched evaporated. However, when it walked by, the water in the boiling lakes coagulated into snow under the effects of ice hell, as if nothing had happened. It stopped and looked down. Footprints, it said, a stranger's footsteps. The voice had echoes in its chest. There is a stranger in ice hell, it said. How reckless was he that he dared not to erase his footsteps? Is it confidence? It strode the snow it passed by turned into boiling lakes, and the entire law field was under its detection. Eventually, it reached the shoreline of Ice Sea. Hong. A silver shadow jumped up into the sky. He opened his wings and floated in the air, overlooking everything beneath. The barbarian looked up at Luo Feng and smirked. That giant eye was filled with madness. Human, it bellowed. Bone Emperor, 10 of the limit emperors, Luo Feng said, looking down upon it. With this information in his mind, ranked 11. 5 invincible emperors and the 10 top limit emperors were the 15 most powerful creatures in ice hell. Other than those 5 invincible emperors, the 10 limit emperors weren't scared of anything. Human, it growled, growing madder by the second. Bone Emperor Luo Feng's voice passed over from the above. The sense of war and killing intent permeated the air. The fights during the infinite time in ice hell stripped away the hopes of the lowly ones like creature of Songjiang clan and creature of Ka-Tu clan, leading some to even want to commit suicide. However, creatures like Soul Swallowing Beast didn't have any death wishes. As for the 10 rampant emperors who basically ruled ice hell, each of them was fraught with ambition. Although they were still at a disadvantage compared to the 5 invincible emperors, it was possible for them to catch up and get out. They fought excessively to improve themselves. Bone Emperor was filled with hostility and gazing at Luo Feng. You didn't run away, good for you. The 10 emperors' fame is widespread, Luo Feng said. If other creatures in ice hell run into you, they would indeed run away. As for me, I won't run if I'm not defeated by you. Luo Feng was floating in the air. I'll run like hell if you defeat me. You won't have a chance by then, Bone Emperor said in a deep voice echoing in his chest. The space around it was frozen, thus neither of them could teleport. Hong. Bone Emperor vanished and rushed at Luo Feng like a beam of light. Hua! Luo Feng cried, vibrating his wings, leaving a locust with twists. At the same time, 8 black balls appeared around his hands. He threw them randomly, with the law engravings on the balls triggered innumerable golden threads bustled, and a beast god came into being. Bone Emperor didn't scratch anything. It turned around and looked at Luo Feng and the beast god from afar, smiling as it said, fast enough. And he sa controller good. How the beast god marched toward it, roaring. Bone Emperor laughed furiously. Pung. A blurry reflection of the whip clashed with Bone Emperor's claw, creating a shockwave that tore the surroundings apart. Bone Emperor was blown away by the force, and the beast god became indistinct for a while, before solidifying again. Seeing the snow turn back to its original shape, Bone Emperor looked up at Luo Feng and said, Human, now I admit that you're qualified to see my real fight form. His voice was like thunder reverberating in the air at the same time. Bone Emperor, suddenly even more unbelievable, his bone spurs contracted into his body, and his entire body was heightened. The color of its body changed from red to white the moment it stopped transforming. It became silvery white, covered with armor made of twisted bones. "This is your fighting form, Bone Emperor." Great Luo Feng shot him a sharp look. "Take this." It was the limit of will. The strong will was guiding his conscience, and the beast god became more distinct under spiritual force, marching toward Bone Emperor. However, Bone Emperor stood with confidence and only waved its right claw when the beast god's tail slashed toward it. Slice. The right claw tore the space apart, whereas the tail of the beast god retreated before whipping incessantly. "Sneaky guy," Bone Emperor said as it rushed toward Luo Feng. Its claws became phantoms. There was a pair of gloves on its claws, and that pair was the only treasure it had. If there was anything different between the powerful ones from inside Ice Hell and those from the outside, the number of their treasures was a clear indicator. Like Bone Emperor, it could get several treasures, given its status. However, it only got one here. Nevertheless, after the struggle between life and death and the countless pressures, Bone Emperor was able to make the best use of the gloves. Although it had only one treasure, it could wield the power that resembled that of the several treasures combined owned by the powerful ones. Outside. Pung 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 pung. Bone Emperor faced the beast god, and its claws became countless phantoms, making attacks continuously. Pung. The tail of the beast god was finally cracked, and the 8 black balls were destroyed. "How mighty!" Luo Feng muttered. He was stupefied by how Bone Emperor had dashed and destroyed the beast god in its fight form. The power of Bone Emperor was at Haiti Emperor level, and this form of madness was even more terrifying. Human Bone Emperor flew directly at Luo Feng the moment it defeated the beast god. Hang! Luo Feng shook his wings and escaped. "Bone Emperor, I admire your power," said Luo Feng. "I'm not your match, and therefore I'll take off now. I'll fight you next time." Luo Feng had already flown away. By the time his voice reached Bone Emperor, it stopped halfway and growled. Seeing how fast Luo Feng was, it looked at Luo Feng's silhouette from afar. "This human being is indeed extremely fast," it said, "faster than the 5 invincible emperors." It seems there will be another superpower in Ice Hell. Even though Bone Emperor had barely fought with Luo Feng, it could immediately tell Luo Feng's power. He was a little stronger than average emperors, while he had the fastest teleportation speed in Ice Hell. Such a human being could certainly pose a threat to the 10 most powerful limit emperors. "There's going to be more fun," said Bone Emperor. "More fun in Ice Hell." Bone Emperor was pleased. It didn't care for the dull times spent in Ice Hell, and it wanted some creatures with special power here to spice things up. After fleeing from the space range, Jihong Emperor appeared deep in the snow and teleported Luo Feng to Eastern Ice Hell. It built an underground residence deep in the snow. "I underestimated the creatures in Ice Hell." Luo Feng recalled the battle. With wine in his hand, "I thought those creatures weren't that powerful when detained in a place where they had only gradually grown stronger. I thought they didn't have treasures, and even if they did, that only the most powerful ones would have 1 or 2, but I was wrong. The power of one treasure can match that of 10 if it's properly used." Luo Feng thought. The powerful could only concentrate on one of the treasures they had in a combat. Also, the powerful ones in Ice Hell are different from those outside. They had more pressure and were pressed more harshly, which forced them to improve themselves no matter what. If they could acquire a single treasure, they would study it thoroughly and make the best use of it. Luo Feng kept contemplating. Although the powerful outside will also study their treasures, they won't put up so much effort. Bone Emperor, its body constitution barely enters the threshold of average. Emperor, however, it has a treasure that is the perfect match for its claws. The movement of its claws and body perfectly coordinate with each other. Luo Feng believed it was the secret move invented by Bone Emperor because it was impossible to reach such a level by studying others. Luo Feng nodded his head while contemplating the powerful in Ice Hell. Concentrated more on themselves and were more capable of wielding the power of treasures. The powerful outside had more treasures and moves. This was the key difference between them. I was wrong, said Luo Feng. Ever since I created the first move of Moon Policy and left Chaos City, I haven't studied any secret moves. Luo Feng sighed. Not until today do I realize how important it is to have a series of secret moves that correspond to the treasure. My treasure, the star map, is mighty, and I need to come up with a series of secret moves to better utilize it. Moon Policy was the Law of Blade, which was the combat method of Sha Wu Wing. After all, the golden horned beast that Luo Feng owned did close combat, and Sha Wu Wing couldn't be wasted. Hence, he must keep up designing Moon Policy. However, Luo Feng needed another set of secret moves that were fit for a spiritual force leader. Let us begin, Luo Feng muttered. Treasures, genes, amplitude, and secret moves. Some of them focus on the outer body and some on the inner. I don't need to train the outer body now because I can't gain any process in a short time, so I'll train my inner capabilities. The star map can only be better utilized if I can come up with secret moves. The star map was the most suitable treasure for Luo Feng. Although the Tower Pearl, the star map, and Sha Wu Wing were all invaluable treasures, they had different uses. Sha Wu Wing was used to escape, where the Tower Pearl was for soul stabilization. As for the star map, it was used for attack. Sha Wu Wing couldn't help much if Luo Feng wanted to increase his combat capabilities. However, the star map could wield tremendous power if it was fully utilized. Precious few of the invincible emperors had treasures for attack. Luo Feng began his practice deep in the snow and connected to the virtual universe. He experimented in the virtual universe with his new moves over and over again. He didn't need to simulate the star map. All he needed to do was get a weapon with spiritual force that was in the same class. He paid attention to spiritual force weapons now. The master of Chaos City had doubts, even while providing one competitor after another for Luo Feng. Luo Feng had been using blades before. However, the master of Chaos City didn't criticize Luo Feng because he knew that Luo Feng would only learn a lesson after suffering losses. What he didn't know was that Luo Feng was most suitable for spiritual force weapons, and would be even more so when he became an undying. News spread in Ice Hell that Luo Feng was trying to create a series of secret moves for the star map using the virtual universe. How can I be lying about it? Gossiped one. The combat between the human and Bone Emperor was incredible, and the energy wave made me watch it from afar. I saw it with my own eyes, and everything I have told you is true. It's too outrageous, replied another. You're saying that the human is able to teleport himself 10 times faster than Bone Emperor and is the fastest one. In Ice Hell, the 5 invincible emperors in Ice Hell all possess extraordinary skills, and 3 of them are special creatures. How can they be slower than this human? This is the truth. The one who shared the news was irritated. I'm not saying that I don't believe you. We've been taking care of each other like siblings, and that's how we have survived until now in Ice Hell, but I just can't believe he can be that fast. It's just preposterous and too terrific to be convincing. I could feel the wave from the combat, said another. I flew out of the sea and watched it stealthily. This is what I saw. Come on, at least make yourself sound more reasonable, even if you're making stuff up. Ice Hell was not an excessively enormous place, and lots of creatures hiding in the icebergs, beneath the snow, or deep within the ice sea had been watching furtively when then sensed the wave, which was how the news began. However, only the stories told by the top beings were believed. Nevertheless, everything changed after Bone Emperor complimented the human and said he was the fastest in Ice Hell. The story became much more convincing when it came from Bone Emperor's mouth. Besides, Bone Emperor wouldn't lie, considering how full of itself it was. 10 years later, one of the 5 invincible emperors, Sky Wolf, posted an updated version of the rankings in Ice Hell, and the human newcomer was ranked 18 apparently. Sky Wolf thought highly of the human, which was why he had ranked him at 18. After the mere 3 fights Luo Feng had in the profile for Luo Feng, it said, "Speedy." If the rumors were favorable to the human newcomer initially, the rumors that followed were not so much. That human must possess an anonymous account to connect to the virtual universe. He is the only human in Ice Hell, and he is definitely able to connect to the virtual universe by himself. He must also have a high social status, given his powers, not to mention that he is a spiritual force leader who can control some slaves, and he needs to use an anonymous account in the virtual universe to accomplish that. These rumors were logical and convincing. The virtual universe and anonymous account, these things were already fairly attractive to the creatures in Ice Hell. They were patient, however, thanks to the time they had spent here, and they did not act on their intentions at first. After a while, some creatures started to look for Luo Feng in private, but only a considerably small portion of them actually had the guts to challenge him, since they knew how strong he was. Only a few of them could actually find Luo Feng. Why can't I find him? Where is he hiding at? Why can't we find him? Ice Hell is not that big of a place, and we've searched every inch of it. The several powerful creatures looking for Luo Feng were a little irritated. Theoretically, it should have been easy for them to use godly power to find him. What they didn't know was that Luo Feng owned a highly developed micro detector that could completely hide his information. There were a couple of other creatures that owned the micro detectors, but those were more primitive than that of Luo Feng. They just could not find him. A strong creature in northern Ice Hell, known as Silver Eye, lived at the peak of an iceberg, where a splendid palace was built. Silver Eye ranked second in all of Ice Hell, and was one of the 5 invincible emperors. His eyes were closed most of the time. However, if he opened his eyes and someone was spotted, that creature was doomed. Virtual universe. On the throne of the palace sat a 30-meter-tall god in white battle armor. He had a giant pair of slanted eyes, and his entire body was vibrating, which emanated invisible waves that affected time. 2 emperors, manipulated mentally by Silver Eye, groveled on the ground before the throne. Nobody wanted to be a slave due to despair in Ice Hell, so The only way was mind control. Master, according to the information, nobody saw that human possessing an anonymous account, said the first slave. However, he is a spiritual force. Leader, which means it's highly likely that he has a device to connect to the virtual universe. I think so too, Master, the second slave spoke up. I want to see this human, Silver-Eye declared. Master, nobody has been able to find him. He excels at hiding himself. Oh, the enormous silhouette marched down from the throne and said, then I'll go look for him myself. It's been a long time since I last left Northern Ice Hell, but it's well worth it to acquire the anonymous account and placate my loneliness. He then walked out of the palace and started to search for Luo Feng. Although Silver-Eye was ranked the second in Ice Hell, it was difficult to tell which one of the 5 invincible emperors was the strongest, because, for a significant amount of time, each of them had focused on occupying a single district. As for Silver-Eye, he was good at law of time and was a special creature. Therefore, Luo Feng's speed was nothing to him. Speed was useless in front of time. Pause. He left his palace only because he was sure that Luo Feng wouldn't get away. Silver-Eye began to look for Luo Feng without concealing the news. Incredible to all the creatures in Ice Hell was that even Silver-Eye could not find the human. Inside his cave in Eastern Ice Hell, Luo Feng's micro-detector had been on stealth zone the whole time. He had changed his own detector to the micro detector worth tens of billions of mixed elements. With the huge amount of fortunes he had earned in the outer sector battlefield, Luo Feng intended it to be his life-saving straw, so naturally, he was willing to purchase the top Tier 1. Luo Feng sat in the hall with his legs crossed and his mind connected to the virtual universe. Inside the practice field of the virtual universe, he did battle hell. The giant beast was entrenched in the sky with its mouth breathing fire toward Luo Feng. Tale of Beast God, concentration. There were 160 golden pearls with intricate engravings floating around Luo Feng. They flew out under Luo Feng's control like traces of light and became tens of thousands of golden threads. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long beast god appeared in the sky. This beast god was nothing like the one under Beast God Soldier. Beast God Soldier had 6 moves, which were all invented by Shi Luo Duo. Once they were exercised, the phantom of the beast god became real and started to evolve. When the 6th move was exercised, the phantom became almost indistinguishable from the real beast god. The phantom created by Luo Feng, however, was completely different. The phantom looked pretty vague and blurry except for the tail, which was made of hard, bony skuts. It looked exactly like the tail of the real beast god. Shi Luo Duo had never seen the real beast god sculpture, Luo Feng murmured. Whereas I own it and am able to see each engraving on the scute, my golden horned beast avatar has been studying the engravings on the tail for 100 years, and my secret move focuses on the tail. All the other parts of the body were illusory, but the tail, Shi Luo Duo wasn't wrong. He never owned a beast god sculpture, so he needed to improve the phantom as a whole. Gradually, I, however, actually have it, and thus I'm able to concentrate the spiritual force in one place. Hell. The scorpion beast, engulfed in fire, trembled and marched towards the beast god. The beast god marched toward it roaring. Hung. They clashed in the sky, and the beast god's head and claws became vapor. After the attack of the scorpion, it condensed into the head phantom again, with its scute-covered tail authentic and ready to move. Ping. It was rapid as lightning. It hit the scorpion beast right on its head, which burst open. Its whole godly body trembled before turning into dust. Dun Luo Feng was pleased. A person in a golden cape appeared in the sky. Luo Feng turned to him and greeted him politely, "Teacher." He was somehow confused, because he had gone to the palace in Thunder Island to greet his teacher after he created Moon Policy, but this time, the Castellan of Chaos City came to the practice field himself. Your secret move to control your spiritual force weapon is as good as your blade move, now, the Castellan complimented. Luo Feng listened quietly. However, real battles are different from battles in the virtual universe. The Castellan continued, "Fight 10 creatures, and come see me again." "Yes, teacher," Luo Feng answered with great respect. He also wanted to try his new moves. "Go," the Castellan said. Luo Feng saluted to the Castellan before leaving the virtual universe. The Castellan shook his head. Warriors and spiritual force leaders are different. Even though he studied the beast god, he did not concentrate on a single move, as every other powerful one does. Every powerful one does this. No matter how powerful they are. He shouldn't have tried both schools only. After he is defeated, will he learn? The Castellan then disappeared. In Eastern Ice Hell, deep inside the snow, Luo Feng stood up with joy and laughed. "I finally came up with the first move after 100 years. "Congratulations, Master," Honed Heart Emperor replied with respect. "Master has improved quite a bit," Jihong Emperor said, "and now, Master can kill more creatures and take more tags in Ice Hell. You are more likely to collect 10,000 tags now. I don't let you two out just to flatter me," Luo Feng laughed. "I want you two to give me some advice." "Advice?" Honed Heart Emperor and Jihong Emperor looked at each other. "I created the top move Moon Policy, which is for close combat. Now that I've created one more series for a spiritual force weapon, what name do you think I should use?" Luo Feng asked. He had vetoed lots of other names before settling on Moon Policy. It was difficult to come up with an appropriate name. "Since it is a series for a spiritual force weapon," Honed Heart Emperor said, "and Master is using stars, and you created it in Ice Hell, why doesn't Master call it Star Hell?" "No, that's no good," Jihong Emperor said. "Ice Hell is only a temporary habitat for Master, but these secret moves will follow Master, and their fame will be spread when Master achieves success and wins recognition. Ice Hell can't even come close from my perspective. I reckon Beast God is more appropriate, as Master is following the path of the Beast God and able to form a Beast God by wielding the spiritual force weapon. Although Beast God sounds a bit reckless, it shows Master's aim to achieve the Beast God level. Sometimes, it's okay to be overbearing. The name Beast God is a given." Luo Feng kept shaking his head. While Jihong Emperor and Honed Heart Emperor were giving advice, Luo Feng was also contemplating. One name came up after another. Some were mighty while some were conservative. However, it was almost impossible to satisfy Luo Feng. Eventually, Luo Feng settled on a name that was simple and ordinary, but fit his criteria. "I'll call it 10,000 Star Sermon Map." There was a trace of expectation in Luo Feng's eyes. His secret moves were revealing his Tao, and there were only 10,000 stars in Star Tower. According to Zhou Shan Ku, Luo Feng could only exercise 10 of them. The name 10,000 Star Sermon Map represented Luo Feng's ambition to exercise all the stars. It was not necessary to explain the inclusion of the word sermon. The first move is speedy, he said. I'll call it hit the light racing star. Luo Feng came up with this name pretty quickly. The first move of 10,000 star sermon map hit the light racing star. It had only taken Luo Feng 100 years to create this move. In contrast, Luo Feng had spent 1,000 years coming up with galaxy on the sky. There were two reasons why he had spent such a shorter length of time on the new move. Firstly, Luo Feng was on a higher level now. Secondly, the move 10,000 star, together with the conception of the beast god also, Luo Feng had more experience when inventing 10,000 star sermon map. It was not that Luo Feng didn't want to create it. According to the second, there was a first one. Luo Feng brought Jihong Emperor and Honed Heart Emperor back to his ring and decided to walk out of the cave. I've created the move suitable for Sky Map and significantly increased my power, he said. I'm going to try it now and see teacher after 10 combats. Luo Feng stopped at the exit of the cave. The frowned. Why did Chaos City teacher only ask me to go find him after 10 battles, without saying another word? Instead of complimenting me, he only asked me to come find him after 10 battles. Does that mean he is not satisfied with the moves I created for my weapon? Luo Feng thought of all the possible reasons. He was actually very perceptive. He didn't dig into the implication of the Castellan's words, because he was overjoyed after successfully creating his first move after 100 years. Not satisfied, is it because I didn't concentrate? Luo Feng figured out the reason instantly. It was so obvious. It was common sense. The powerful ones needed to focus on one move, and they needed to concentrate on one move. No matter how talented they were, dividing their focus into two was a stupid strategy. For instance, Bran had previously studied space law and time law at the same time, but only after he had gone through severe adversaries had he recognized the correct path. He is not happy that I'm creating a move for spiritual force weapons, said Luo Feng. That means he wants me to take the warrior path. I have a powerful spiritual force and a high amplitude thereof, thought Luo Feng. I'm fit for the path of a spiritual leader. Castellan teacher knows this. Why does he want me to follow the warrior school? Luo Feng was talented enough to follow both the warrior path and the spiritual leader path. Which path to choose? Castellan wanted Luo Feng to follow the warrior path. Teacher knows some secrets, Luo Feng contemplated. However, Suishan Ku suggested that I should follow the spiritual force leader path, and that's why he left me the force armor and star tower. The star tower, in particular, which is a spiritual force weapon, is one of the most powerful weapons in the universe. It will be a total waste if I don't study into the spiritual force leader path. Besides, he didn't have a treasure for close combat like Flaming God Halberd, owned by his second brother, Flaming Emperor. Doesn't matter, Luo Feng thought. Suishan Ku is one of the most powerful creatures in the universe, and he should know more than Castellan. Moreover, Earthlings were taught and guided by teacher Suishan Ku, and he should know my potential is more for the spiritual force leader path. Also, it will only take me a little more time to study moon policy and 10,000 star sermon map at the same time. I'll study them at the same time and will choose between one of them if there are some secrets I don't know. Luo Feng made up his mind. He stepped out of the cave. Hong. He soared, and the snow was like air, unable to create any friction. Luo Feng flew to the ground in an instant. It was white and freezing in the vast snowfield. Luo Feng flew in the sky, and overlooked the surroundings. I need to find someone to fight with, Luo Feng said, looking around. How can I find someone to fight with if everyone is hiding? I'll try my luck. First. Xiao. Luo Feng flew like a beam of light. Inside a palace in northern Ice Hell, on the peak of the iceberg, one of the 5 invincible emperors, Silver Eye, sat on the throne like a sculpture. He was much more nonchalant than he had once been, after an infinite amount of time spent in Ice Hell. Sometimes, he wouldn't even move for tens of thousands of years. Outside the palace, an emperor in black armor guarded the door. Suddenly, a silhouette belonging to one of the 2 slaves of Silver Eye appeared. Have you found the human? We haven't, said the slave. Nobody has been able to do that since his battle with Bone Emperor. He has completely vanished. The 2 slaves talked to each other. They would go out and search for Luo Feng, and would immediately report to their master Silver Eye if they found him. Protect master, the black-armored slave said. I'll go out and search, and then he teleported himself. Luo Feng had hidden himself for 100 years, and those who wanted to fight him in the first place had temporarily given up. I can't find any of them, Luo Feng murmured as he flew through the entire area of eastern Ice Hell and stopped above Ice Sea. It seems these powerful creatures usually hide themselves. I'll need some special methods to get them out. Luo Feng overlooked Ice Sea and suddenly became sharp. Break. Hong. A spiritual force dove toward the ice. When Luo Feng's spiritual force awakened on the earth the first time, his force could twist concrete iron. Now, Luo Feng could destroy a neutron star without even trying. One could extrapolate what the ice would be like when hit by his force. All the ice within the tens of thousands of square meters vanished, and the tremble made the faraway ice crack as if crushed beneath the weight of a great beast. The wave spread. Some powerful creatures will notice it in no time, Luo Feng thought. The real powerful creatures in Ice Hell will come out. A powerful creature living tens of millions of kilometers away felt it. Energy wave. Who's fighting? The creature inclined his head out of the ice and saw the shadow human. The creature was shocked, and it snuck back to the sea. The human showed up. It said the top 10 limit emperors and the 5 invincible emperors are all looking for him, and he dared to show up. The creature was surprised inside, but didn't have the guts to test him. He knew he wasn't his match, since the human could flee from one of the top 10 limit emperors and was ranked fastest according to Bone Emperor. As for telling the secret, there was no upside to telling Silver Eye. He might be killed for doing that. The wave spread everywhere. More and more powerful barbarian creatures noticed it, but none of them dared to show up, knowing it was the notoriously high ranked human. The energy wave gradually wore off and disappeared. No one. Luo Feng stood in the sky for a long time and couldn't find anyone. I can't believe no one showed up. Luo Feng looked afar and bombarded the ice with his spiritual force. Hong hong hong. It wasn't until after the 3rd time he hit the ice that a creature finally accepted the challenge.